Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another episode of Stock Dads TV live stream. Aaron, how are you, my friend?
I am good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. You see that swear jar is up to $79 here.
Oh,
We
somebody
got
slipped.
we got moving yesterday afternoon a little bit, I guess.
Very good. I'll keep it there.
That
I'll do my
sounds
best.
good. Well, I'll let you get into it.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Morning, Peter, Mr. Will, Miss Tomika. Always a pleasure. Mr. Paz, Darren. Good morning. Hope everybody had a good evening. It's a balmy 10, so we're warming up here. Trip. Good morning. All right. We'll give everybody a couple minutes. Remember, we got FOMC tomorrow. All right. Speaking of that, let me pull something up while we're waiting here. There we go. All right. Oh, you got snow again, Mr. Wells? Jeez. Get out the little sidewalk snow plows that I enjoyed so much. Lift up there. All right. Everybody good? Okay, let's get started, guys. Okay, so starting off on news. Now, we do have some news today at 10 o'clock. If I can get to the right page. There we go. So we've got CB Consumer Confidence, Richmond Manufacturing Index, and then for all you guys that like to trade late in the day, President Trump is speaking at 4. So, definitely be aware of that. That's right at our close. Now, remember, today's the day before Fed. Okay, so especially this afternoon, nothing has to make sense. All right, things could get weird. Participation could really die off. We'll see, but just historically, especially in the afternoon, things could really get weird. So we'll talk more about FOMC tomorrow morning. But just remember, today is the day before FOMC. All right, keep that in mind. Definitely a half size or not at all type day. All right, so going into tomorrow, we've got a 97.2% chance of a pause. Okay, so anything other than a pause, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. All right, now our first rate cut, this is inching up. Okay, we're up to 46.9% for our first rate cut in June. All right, so we'll see. Of course, a lot can change between now and then. But when we have these FOMC announcements, right, we only have 8 of them a year. It's not so much about what the decision is, because we pretty much know that. It's the press conference afterwards, right? So we'll, take that as it comes. All right. Okay. So pretty simple. 10 o'clock. Don't let that sneak up on you. All right. Get your, happy butt going through the morning and then forget that that's there. All right. So 10 a.m. and then we're in the clear. Okay. So let's get to it. All right. Morning, Miss Amanda. Morning, Rick. Morning, everybody. All right. Omar, good morning. RC, good morning. Okay. There we go. All right. Okay, so getting into it here. Starting off in the VIX. Morning, Nate. All right, so starting off with the VIX. Again, this is, for anybody that's new, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. All right, we're still in these massive short setups. All right, we've got targets. This is from January 20th, all right, down here to the 23rd. All right, there's that pullback. Now we're even in larger ones. But there's that pullback, right? So we've got targets. We've got plenty of targets below us. Now, what we're paying close attention to, which is what we do every month, all right, is our old contract lows to new contract highs. Okay, in TradingView, this always, you might not have these exact prints, but you just need to draw from these levels. So 1580 to 2095. All right, and that gives us these 1777s right here. All right, now to break that level, 77 round down to 75, subtract a tick. Chris says there's an echo. Let me make sure I'm muted on. Yeah, it's muted on my end. All right. If that continues, guys, let me know. Okay. So 1777 round down to 75, subtract a tick, 70. So we need to break the 70s. All right, and then the indices, for lack of a better term, are in the clear. They can just continue to rally. Okay? You can see the first time we came down here, we defended that. All right. But we ran into the short setups. Now, when we zoom in, okay, and these short setups are drawn from 2095 to 1780. All right, if TradingView, if you guys don't have those exact prints right there. 2095 to 1780, right there. Now, moving into the smaller time frames, from that high, okay, we had our pullbacks right here, right? Those went to and through their target. Now, this extension short, because we went to and through a target, this extension short right here, all right, did indeed break. 1829 round up to 30 at a tick, 35s. We broke it. But see this little guy right there? Right? We made a new low after we broke that extension. Okay, which can reactivate this anchor right here. All right, so that little tick right there reactivates this extension. All right, so that's what we're watching going into the morning. Okay. Now, if these would break, right, we're just coming halfway back. All right, and that'd be up here at these 1860s. All right, so that's what we're looking at going into the morning. And a break of this extension would be the 29 round up to 30 at a tick, 35s. So we'd have to break the 35s, and then we could squeeze all the way back up into this larger extension above us. Okay? But as long as we remain below those, right, that's just more, bullishness on the indices. And you can see they're defending right now. All right? So that's what the VIX looks like going into the morning, all because we had that one little tick lower right there. All right. Okay, so that's what we're looking like right there. Any questions? Wouldn't 1840 need to trade to break that 29 round up to 30 at a tick, 35? We'd need to break the 35s, trade the 40, because 1829, right? Round up to the nearest tick, or round up to the nearest nickel, 30, add a tick, which is a nickel, 35. So 35 is the line in the sand. So if we traded 40, we'd break it. Does that make sense? $29, round up to 30, add a tick, 35. Okay. Make sure I got it drawn right. Because we draw to this new low down here. All right. Oh, you're looking at that one? Yeah. Because we made this new low, right? This one broke. Oops. This one broke. But then we made that new low right there. So we draw to that new low, and that's what reactivates that anchor up there. Oh, thanks, Elliot Hayes. Just been doing it too long. Okay, there we go. All right, so moving on. Any questions, guys, on the VIX? So you can see it has a lot of work to do to break trend. I mean, to break trend, we gotta do a whole lot more breaking of stuff to break trend. Breaking of stuff, that's a technical term. All right. Okay. Now, moving on to our financials. So we're still in these halfway back on the year, right? Now, remember, bank's just an index, right? It doesn't have to be exact. But from our lows of the year, January 2nd, to our highs of the year, this was up on January 22nd. All right, there's that pullback. Okay, so if bank continues to rally, right, that's going to put a tailwind behind the indices. That gives them a positive environment, right? If bank would continue to fall through these, right, then, you know, there could be something more going on under the hood here. But we'll see where we open up, what direction we get moving. But as of right now, we're defending those halfway back on the year. All right, which, you know, you can see to get up the targets, that's a lot of financial strength right there. All right, so there we go. Okay, so VIX is in shorts, bank is in longs. We can watch this halfway back in the week, right? See where we open up. You can watch that. But as you well know, you know, all we really care about when it comes down to it is what direction we're moving, right? Because it's just an index. Okay, so there's the financials. They're holding their halfway back on the year. Now on to the ES. So here's where we are in the ES. All right, from our lows, our last Wednesday's lows to our highs on the 22nd, this was our reopen right here, right? So we dropped right into our next long setup, right? And then we have now hit that target. Okay, so that target's been hit now. So, and we did go through it. So what we're gonna watch are our highs. This was at 1 p.m. on the 22nd, right there, highs to highs. Okay, we did have smaller worker bee moves that were going on in here. Okay, but all their job is, remember, is to get us to the larger target. So they got us to the larger target. All right, so then we default back to the larger move. All right, so right there. So 69.69, make your jokes. To, what is that, 7,650. All right, so there's that extension long. Okay, and the gap fill is down here at 69.8075. Okay, so here's 20 points away. There's 20 points away from the gap fill. So you can see, more than likely, we're going to open within 20 points. I mean, unless something, you know, dramatic happens. But we've got this extension in the way, right? So who's going to win that little battle? Usually we say don't fight the fill. But with that being said, if we see the VIX falling from this extension, right, then we could leave that, we could trade the half, right, and fall into this extension long, trade the half, and then just lift off. As long as the VIX is is holding that short setup. All right, so that's what we're going to have to watch going into the morning. Like if we open right now, right, the half would be right here. Okay, so we'll have to watch that. So it'll be interesting to see where we do open, right? Where we do open, and where we open, and where that puts the half gap fill, right? Does it put it inside of this, more than likely it will. You'll be able to fill the half and still be in this extension long. Okay. So if you look at yesterday, we filled the half immediately at the open. Right there, we came one tick away from the half gap fill at like 9:32, and then just completely ripped away from it. Right, you could see the pressure down into the half, and then that was the beach ball underwater right there. All the hands came off the beach ball, and it just exploded off the half gap fill. So we'll have to watch that going into the morning. Now we've got all sorts of unfilled gaps, right? We've filled a couple of them, but major ones we're watching, if we do start to make a pullback, we've got yesterday's and then obviously today's. All right. I think we filled all the ones above us. Yeah, we got that one. That's filled. That's filled. Yeah. So, you know, there's definite possibility. A lot has to happen, right? A lot has to happen for us to start to fall. The indices are very buoyant. They're very bullish, right? Banks in a down, or the VIX is in a downtrend. So we'll see. Now, as far as trading down in this direction, we'll see if we can get another squeeze. There's been a couple nice entries in here this morning, and we'll see if we can get another squeeze up into this and then a fall right down in the direction of the fill. You know, and what we're going to have to pay attention to with the fill is, does the VIX break this? Because if it does, remember, we're making this squeeze then all the way up here, right? And that would definitely lead us into the fill. Okay? So that's where we're sitting on the ES. So basically the 69.69 to our highs, that's the extension long right there. All right. Thank you, Peter, for being the child that we all are. Thank you. I figured somebody would pick up on that. I appreciate it. All right. I thought the same thing. I was giggling like a 2-year-old. Yep. Or like an elementary school child. Okay. All right. Everybody good? Okay. Thank you, Peter. All right. Everybody good? Okay. Moving on to the NASDAQ. All right, there's that pullback where we dropped into it at our reopen, right? Oh, can I zoom out? Yeah. There we go. Here, let me do the 1 hour for you. Make it a little bit easier to see. There we go. There's the 1 hour, guys. Make it a little bit easier to see. Hang on one second while I'm doing that. Everybody got it? If I quit moving it around, there you go. All right. Good. Something's off. Okay, we're drawing from 68.14.50 to, here we go, 69.69. And that gives us this. And then from those, one more time, 69.69s to our highs overnight here. Got it? So just like that. Now, what might have been off was we were running up in these extensions here, these smaller measured moves here inside of this, but those were the worker bees, right? And they got us to the target. So they go on break, the worker bees go on break until they're needed again. Okay. All right. NASDAQ, there's our drop, our reopen into our long. We've hit that target right there. So now we'll see, here's that extension long, 28 or 25, 845, 75 to highs, right there. And there's your pullback. There's your pullback on the NASDAQ, if I draw it right. There we go. All right, there's our pullback on the NASDAQ. So we'll just let the ES, every morning, right? We'll let the ES gap fill and the VIX be our guide for the NASDAQ. Okay, so if the ES starts to fall into that extension, the NASDAQ's going with it. And then we'll have to watch when the ES gets to its half gap fill or it gets to this extension, right? And that could lift the NASDAQ off. Okay, it all depends on the VIX in this short, right? All depends on the VIX in this short. If this breaks, you're not going to want to pick a bottom on the indices until the VIX gets the resistance. Okay. So just remember, the indices are going to move farther, faster than the VIX. So just a few ticks higher, 3 ticks, 4 ticks, and the indices are going to make a significant down move in the direction of the fill. Okay. But if we roll over and these defend and it starts heading south, then the indices are just going to lift off. Okay. All right. So there's the NASDAQ. All right. Okay. Now moving on to the YM and the Russells, they're a little bit different. Okay, here's the YM. Now it's in this great big range up here. It's got a larger, larger pullback down here. All right, but this is what we've been watching. You can see obviously this is a straight sideways up here at highs. But this is what we're going to watch on the YM. All right, here's our reopen, right? Now this broke. Okay, this broke. But if you look at, sometimes you need to pay attention to this. Where is it? Right there. Okay. We redefended this. All right. So, and if you look at trading hours, like if you take Globex out of the mix, we have defended this during regular trading hours, which was right here. Okay, so we're going to leave this up, and what we're going to watch, just like the others, are from these reopen lows to highs. Okay, we're going to watch that. Now, that could not be there, right? It could absolutely not be there. But just going off of what the others are doing, and with Bank being in its halfway back long for the year, because if Bank starts to lift off and those others start to lift off, then yes, we're going to defend that reopen. This is basically halfway back on the week. We're going to defend that halfway back in the week. Okay? Because we did break this short from highs. We broke the long from lows, and then we broke this short from highs. Okay, so that normally tells us the range, right? So are we going to hold this pullback? We don't know, right? But it's something we want to watch. Okay, and then once Bank opens, if Bank starts to lift off, then that'll give us our clue that we can look long on the YM, at least back up to these highs. Okay? All right, so it's not a normal, super technical draw, but it's something we need to pay attention to, right? Because we don't want to miss out on that move right there. Okay? All right. So if you didn't have this drawn up, you didn't do anything wrong. Okay? It's just one of those, let's watch it. Right? Let's watch it. Let's see if there's enough orders attached. Right? And see if Bank lifts off, and then we can make our decision from there. Okay? The Russells. All right, here's the Russells. Now, it's got this big long below us. I don't know if you guys can see that. Let me move it over. There you go. Okay, and this is from our lows on January 2nd. This is basically halfway back in the year. Okay, so January 2nd lows, all right, to our highs. That's down here. That's halfway back in the year. Okay, now you got to think of the gravity of something like this, right? If we hold our halfway back on the year, right? think of that at the end of the year. Right? Think where the Russells is going to be at the end of the year. Right? Long way from that. Okay, so that's what we're watching. Now, we didn't quite make it down here. Right? Now, what has happened is we got front run down here, and it ripped. This was our Sunday night, Monday open, right there. And we ripped right into our halfway back short. Right? No doubt about that. We got Matumboed as soon as we hit this. Right? Bam. All right. So, but, we're going to watch, just like we were talking about with the YM, we're going to watch this long here. Okay. Because again, if bank takes off, we know what that's going to do to the Russells and the YM. Okay. They're going to lift off. Bank was very weak yesterday for most of the day. Okay. So we'll see a little bit of a battle over the trend here. And yes, there is this little short from highs. You can see it right there. Bang, 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 bang. Right. So we'll see. Watch bank, right? But if we hold these, bank lifts off, there we go. There's another leg up on the Russells, which have been very profitable, over the past like 6 weeks, right? We've had a couple of them over the past 6 weeks where bank has been in a downtrend, right? And then bank changes trend, and we can run that all the way up on the Russells, right? We had this one, that was the end of November, and then we had this one right at the beginning of the year. Okay, these are nice, right? Because you just let bank do all the heavy lifting, right? Let bank do all the work, right? And you're just kind of riding the coattails. Okay, so that's what we're looking at with the Russells. So all of these indices are halfway back on the week, basically. Sunday night, Monday lows to highs. Okay? So that's where we're sitting. That's where we're sitting on all of these. All right. All right, what do we got? Anything special? VIX? No, not going anywhere. Where's our gap fill? What are we doing? By the way, if you use my gap fill script, right, for TOS, it's on my pinned messages if you want it. It only works on the 15-minute chart. So I've had many, many questions. They're like, it's not working on mine. It's not working on mine. You got to be on the 15-minute. All right, or it won't show up. Okay. So we're still defending those 20 points. So we'll see. All right, we'll see. It'd be nothing surprising about us squeezing back up here and then falling in the direction of the half or the full. It just repeats that pattern over and over and over. Okay? All right. Any questions, VIX Bank indices? Anybody? Everybody good? Okay. All right, moving on. Bitcoin, still holding these shorts. I still think that's kind of sounds funny when I say that. Still holding their shorts. Sorry. Okay. Here's those January 14th highs. Down here to our January 21st lows. That was that we ran into that 38.2, shot straight down. All right, and here's that next measured move right there. All right, it's from these highs on the 23rd to our lows right there. I added yesterday, I think I told you guys that. Now, the only thing that's holding us up, that's kind of being a pain in the butt, is this long from lows, right? You can see it stick saved that 61.8, it didn't break it right there. Right, so that's why I've got this alert here just to let me know when that thing breaks, just to make me feel good. So is this a long? I wouldn't call it a long. I just call it low participation because there's enough orders still sitting here that we can't get through it yet. Okay. But we are in a downtrend. Just crypto winter continues. All right, we still got plenty of time. All right, so there's Bitcoin right there. Now, crude oil, this is cool. Son of a, all right, you little, all right, so there's the pullback. Okay, so you can tell I missed it. All right, so we were in a series of shorts, right? And this move higher right here broke the short setups we were in. All right, and then here was our pullback right here. All right, now this larger move that we're in is drawn from our lows on December 16th to our highs on January 14th, right there. All right, now, same thing, right? Trade support, say the rhyme, trade support, break the short, right there. Okay, and then we dropped the long. All right, and there was the entry right there. What is that? That's a new one, Tamika. What is this thing? Look at that guy. All right, get rid of that. Sorry. There we go. There's the long. Perfect. Okay, perfect. There we go. All right, dang it. So we've got targets of this larger move, right? We've got targets of this larger move that are up here at these 64 11s. Now there is a short above us, but any short, I don't want this to screw with people. Any short above us is going to have to break longs now. Okay? So we are in a long trend. The trend, remember, we're only in one of three things at all times, right? We're in longs, we're in shorts, or we're in range. So we are in longs now. And man, look at that. 60-12, 60-14. Wow. Geeks me out, Ed. All right, so there's the pullback. Okay, now we can watch. I mean, we're not totally screwed here. We can watch to see if we can get a pullback, and our stop would be below here. So we'll see. Don't want to chase it right now, but nice move. Nice move. That is just gorgeous. Awesome. So there goes crude oil. Okay, there goes crude oil. All right, it's exciting to see crude oil getting back to being technical, because it really sucked for this whole mess of a mess, right? This was a long time too. That was what, from October till we made this low, middle of December. This was junkers in there. So, all right. There we go. Gorgeous. Okay. Congrats if you got it. You're well on your way. Okay. Moving on. Gold and silver. They're bullish. If you've been living under a rock, gold and silver are pretty bullish. So here's gold. The extension long that we're in, there's two levels here. Okay, the new extension, this is the new extension right here. This is from our highs on January 21st, all right, to our highs. That was our next pullback, and son of a gun, did it not defend that. I was watching that last night. Wow, well, night for me, 6 p.m. I call it night. Just amazing. The amount of participation is still just nuts, right? The amount of buying. So there we go. So if this would break, now remember, this extension defended, but it hadn't hit a target yet, right? It hasn't hit a target yet. This one has, from our highs on January 14th to our highs on the 26th, that's down here, right? Remember, we've already traded from this one to a target, right? We've already traded there once, right there, to a target, okay? So we know this is here, right? We know this is here. So if for some reason we would break, we're making this pullback. That might be a gift. We'll get a gift eventually. Eventually we'll get a gift. We've had two of them. We had the 3155s, remember that? right? We had our 3155s, there they are, right? And then we had these 3954s, okay? Those were our two gifts. Remember this 3155, if you were on with me, we were talking about how that could be such a huge gift based on just what was going on with gold and silver, right? And sure as heck was, wow. Right, and there was our second one. Eventually we'll get another one, right, where we can back up the Brinks truck. I say that in jest, we don't do that, but another nice entry, right? We'll get it, we just got to be patient, all right? But there's nothing wrong with trading these smaller moves, like nothing wrong at all. You freaking retire on these smaller moves on the precious metals. There we go, okay? Now, we don't really want to trust this long. Really don't want to trust it. It might be there. Can somebody tell me why we don't necessarily, because it looks normal, right? Why wouldn't I draw lows to highs right there? Right? Why wouldn't I draw that? Somebody want to tell me why that draw is sketchy? Sus, as the kids say. Anybody want to tell me that? Anybody? You guys are awake? Anybody? Somebody type something so I don't feel like a jackass sitting here. That doesn't count, by the way. That's a donkey. Anybody? Why I don't want to draw this lows to highs? Right there. Yes, Ty. Yep, exactly, middle of the range. Yep, very good. We touched the top, didn't we? So we touched the top of the range, so coming back down, you get steamroll, right? Rattlesnakes in the middle here. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. All right, anytime we touch the top or touch the bottom, we want to be very careful of the middle right there. Because as you see, we can just get, it can go through it like butter, right? Either way. So we can draw it up and watch it, but the probabilities aren't there. Whoa, probabilities just aren't there. Okay, it might work. It can do, markets can do anything at once. But remember, we live in a probability world, right? And this one, when we touch the top of a range, we just don't have the probabilities, right? That's why we like those pullbacks like we just had on crude oil, right? Look at that thing, that gotta tick you off. See how we had this pullback, but we hadn't gotten to the top of the range yet, right? Those are the ones we love, right? Because we haven't touched the top of that range. So bam, bam, right? But this one, when you look at it, totally different, right? Because we touched the top. So it might hold, it might go straight up, hell, who knows with the precious metals, okay? So that's where we are in gold. Still holding longs, like still crazy participation in long setups. All right, now silver is just going on its way to Neptune up here. So we've oh, by the way, on gold, that's not gold. On gold, you'll see also what we bounced off of, right? We've been talking about this level for a long time, the 5,000s, right? So that was the 5,000 psychological level was right there too. All right. Silver, again, on its way to Pluto up here. Here's the next long that we were looking at. Okay, we had this nice pullback. All right, now where did that come from? It's a front run of this long that we've had. All right, from down here, that was our reopen, or I guess you'd call it our 4 o'clock close on the 9th. Remember that? And we've had that up there for a while. Okay, it was a halfway back on the week, right there. Right, we went through that target. Right, that pierced, okay, but we just fell right back down to the same anchor new high. All right, so we just got front run right there. So now we can walk, now we have something to work off of. Okay, so have we broken the short yet? Let's see, looks like we did. Trade support, Yeah, we did break the short. All right, so we can watch for this pullback, see if we get it. All right. Looks like we tried to trade it once right there. Yeah, we did. Before we even broke that short, there's our pullback. See our target right there? Profit taking. All right, so we can watch this. Maybe get in there. All right, maybe get in there. See how that's different from that gold one that Ty pointed out, where we had touched the top? Right, we haven't touched the top. So that puts this in our probability world. All right, probability is on our side. Okay, because we haven't touched the top. All right, so there's gold and silver. Moving on to the dollar real quick. All right, still all dollar weakness. Where's that anchor for silver? Good call, because I should have called that out instead of giving you the date. It is 79.90. All right, it's right there. It's the reopen on the 11th. It was the reopen on the 11th that we were using, and they're still using it for whatever reason. Like, cool, whatever. But see how we can identify support, right? We identified it by it breaking the short. Because if market participants are not considering this support, we wouldn't have broke that short setup, but we did. So now we can watch for pullbacks. All right. So dollar weakness, still putting a tailwind behind the precious metals. Okay, this is GXY. There's the extension short it's in from the 20th to our lows on the 26th. Front run right there, right? This is weak. Dollar is weak. That's great for certain things in our markets, but think what that means. US dollar is weak. Your buying power is going down. All right. Why do you see the flip-flop between fiat money? If you don't know what fiat money is, fiat paper money and precious metals, right? Weak dollar, strengthening on the precious metals. So anyway, we're in dollar weakness. This is DXY, it's just an index, all right? Now, the tradable assets here, look at the dollar yen, right? There's that extension. You can get rid of this now. Remember, this was the wonky extension that we drew off of the euro, basically. It's the same draw. There's the pullback. This is all dollar weakness, right? So we've actually potentially have a trade here, right? If we make a pullback, we'll have to watch. We dipped into lows. It's not a blindly trust it, but we could have this. We could keep an eye out here as this thing makes its pullback. But if this continues to fall, dollar weakness, make a little squeeze. We could squeeze into dollar strength and then back into dollar weakness. Now, star of the show has been the euro. Okay, look how technical this son of a gun is. All right, here's our next extension long from the 20th, okay, to our reopen here. All right there, bam. Oh, okay, so we just hit the target. All right. So now we have a confirmed extension long, right? There's our target. So we'll leave this here. This continues through, right? We can draw up a new highs to highs. Right? If we see the profit taking continue, then we're just going same anchor, new high, and we can wait for that pullback. Right? But look how, just star of the show, right? Look how perfect that is. So good job, euro. All right. But if this continuing up, dollar weakness, we start this little pullback, we could get brief dollar strength. All right. Keep an eye out if the euro and the pound start going up, or the euro and the yen start going up together. Right? Just we're kind of in that environment, the super bullish environment. So just keep an eye on that. If you see the yen and the euro going up together, that's the carry trade wind up. That's very, very bullish for our markets. Okay. All right. So there's the euro. We'll see if it pushes through. We can go into a new one, or it makes that pull. All right. British pound. All right. We were talking about this exact thing yesterday. The pound is stronger, so to speak, than what the euro is as far as in its measured moves, right? So, I mean, the only other one we've got here, yeah, we're going into new ones. So here's our new one, right? It's from this high on the 23rd. The highs, there's our pullback right there. All right. Get rid of that. All right. We had this extension long right here that was front run, and then it blew through that target. So there's our new highs to highs. All right. So it's at targets now. So again, we'll see if it pushes through. We can go into a new one, or if it starts to make that pullback. That is on the 136.20s. Okay, 136.20s. All right. That's from the 23rd. All right. So this is all dollar weakness as of right now. Okay. Anything special? All right. VIX, little squeeze. Let's see. All right. A little squeeze in the mix. Nothing too crazy yet. All right. We'll see if we can get a squeeze back into these 20s up here. That would be nice. All right. So the VIX is coming into that extension. So we'll have to watch here. Right. Going into the morning. See what happens there. If we're going to make that larger pullback, right, it would lead us down, or if we're going to roll over. All right. Okay, questions? Questions? Anybody? Everybody good? I know that's a lot. If anybody's new, I know that's a lot. Just stick with it. Okay. All right. Remember, news at 10. Don't let that sneak up on you. News at 10 o'clock. All right, you got us, Tyler?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Aaron. All right, everybody. We are going to have Zach coming on for live trading today. So that should be good stuff, as always. And look, your boy got his lighting dialed. Look at this. I'm looking like a professional in here. I was making tweaks. Look at this, baby. Look at this lighting. But I lost my pictures. They fell. The old paint on my wall ripped off, unfortunately. But anyway, yeah. So got the lighting dialed, baby. I'm hyped on it. I'm hyped. Please tell me it looks better. But anyway, yeah. We got Zach coming on, so that should be good. And I'm going to step away here really quick and just get him set up. And then we'll be back on before market open to start breaking down our game plan. We got the swear jar at $79. We all know how Zach likes to have a potty mouth. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe somebody's going to win $100 today. And Tradeify has told me they're coming this week. He told me Monday last week. It's now Tuesday. Yesterday he said they're coming. Listen, live updates on any emails from Tradeify today to see if we can get the game show going and get some Tradeify giveaways going. So, all right. Give me 1 second. Not 1 second. We're going to be a few minutes, but then I'll be back with Zach for live trading New York Open. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're back for live trading. My name is Tyler Davis, or you can find me on social media at Risk Life News, and we are with Zach, or you can find him on social media at Zach Austin Trades, right?
Yes, sir.
What's up, man? How are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. First things first, I'm going to need you to tell me, does my lighting look better? Can you see me?
Yeah.
Can you see me?
I think you look
Listen,
great.
I was working on these the lighting placements and adjusting for like hours yesterday.
I think it looks great.
I'm learning how to build a studio over here. I'm gonna become an expert.
There you go. Awesome.
So I know before we got on stream today, you mentioned that you weren't seeing a lot of individual names that you were loving.
Yeah.
You might be a little more focused on futures today. Do you want to walk us through what you're looking at this morning?
Yeah. So a lot of the names I was watching were either getting gaps that were too big, getting gaps that were, kind of, not really impactful. It was already in a higher time frame downtrend. And then there were some that were decent, and then also a lot that looked good but had earnings within the next like 3 to 7 days. And I'm trying to steer clear of that. So overall, definitely not a ton that I was loving as far as the options go. And I'm looking at a couple names to potentially buy some swings. I'm really trying to focus on buying some more time. And there's a couple like names, like for example, one of them is Net, getting a huge gap up here in Cloudflare. Got it from 189 to now 213. But we do have earnings in like 2 weeks. The gap is huge. It's still technically in a daily, weekly downtrend. This could flip it here, but it's also a giant gap. One name that I'm a little bit sad about is DOCN, which I actually closed in full yesterday. It hit this 61 level and then retraced to 58.9s and now gapping giant up to 65.7. So that one does hurt a little bit. Still got 100% on it, but this would be definitely closer to 2 to 300%, which is a little crappy. But point is, we have a lot of names like this that are getting very large gaps, or names that are kind of in the middle of nowhere. So, not a whole lot on my radar today, but that's fine. And also, I did scan through the earnings calendar and about 12 different names, and none of them really stuck out to me for any type of post-earnings setup. So, typically I find when I look through my watch list and there's a lot of names that are maybe gapping too big, gapping into kind of non-ideal areas, and then we kind of in the somewhat midst of earnings season, and we have a full day and I don't really see much. Typically that's a day for me where I'm going to just kind of focus more on futures because I don't really want to force anything. So there are a couple names I am watching. One of them was APLD, which I was top watched yesterday for a breakout. I didn't want to chase it initially, and that was ending up being a good move. I said I would look for an hourly setup later in the day, and we actually got a pretty gnarly candle. And now I'm kind of watching to see, does this candle somewhat get eaten into? Do we start working our way above 38 and change? Do we maybe close the day up towards 40? If we can post maybe a daily 1, 2, 3, or just some type of hourly buy setup above 38s, 38.5s or so, we can look for a swing in there. I really, really like this setup, especially because if you look at the weekly is nice and coiled, nice little dip, kind of cup and handle vibes, and we don't have earnings out until like the end of April, early May. So we have a lot of time without earnings. So that's really, really good. So I really like this setup. Maybe needs a little bit more. Definitely going to be on watch. Next up is Ondas. I took entry. This was like the first trade of the year I took. Literally right here, I got entry at like 9.95, almost a low of the day on this day here. And that was the first trade of the year. Pretty much zero drawdown, got over 100%. I sold up in here towards like 14.5s. And then it kind of went sideways, kind of had a little bit of top and tail action. Took another entry in here, got kind of chopped out for like a small little loss. And then looking for re-entry, which could be here. Weekly 8 EMA right here. So if you're looking for the daily to get into the failure to go lower underneath the previous day low, back above the opening print, maybe a strong hourly close, or just above like $12, get a reclaim of that daily 20. I'd be looking for longs in there. So this is a name that I've been kind of stalking for the last week or so for a good entry, and it could be given up to us. And so the last one I have on watch for today is actually an unusual one in Zoom, where I'm not sure what's going on, but we had a huge bar yesterday that also flipped the daily back to the upside.
Oh
I mean,
wow.
I don't really pay attention too much to the volume, but pretty
Yeah.
notable volume. But you can see
That's a
pretty
yeah,
much the
that's a
biggest bar
monster
we've
candle.
had. Yeah, biggest bar we've had in a long time. Looking this weekly, breaking out of this pretty much 1 year like mini base. But the thing is about this, and again, I don't really care what the company is, right? I trade the charts. We had this like 1 year mini base going on here, but this is inside of a 4 year kind of bigger base. So once we break above like 120, this thing could really run. But we do have a couple levels in the way. So immediately I'm looking for a retest of previous day high level area, back above the opening print 99, 103, and like this 108, 110 area. We have the final interim target. And then we have some resistance around 116. Above 116, that really opens the door for this multi-year base breakout. Kind of a similar vibe to Roku. Roku tried initially the base breakout, as you can see here, and initially failed. Kind of thinking it might need till next earnings, or if we can get a gap above here, that could kind of set us off of this 4 year base. And I've been telling people that Roku by no means do I think is going to get back to the all-time high. However, it could go from 100 to 200 and still be 200 away, 250 away from the all-time high, but that's still an amazing potential of a trade setup. So I think Zoom has similar potential in here. So we'll see what we get. And then a main focus of mine in the last couple months has been silver, and so I'm going to continue to really focus on that silver and gold. Silver got our first potential sign of weakness yesterday, and I'm actually a little mad at myself because I did have shorts and options yesterday, and I entered them somewhere around here, and then we continued to run, but and in hindsight, it was a dumb decision, but the premiums were kind of staying the same. And I was like, oh, well, the implied volatility is juiced up. If we do continue to push or the implied volatility dies down, this is likely something that's going to crush us. And so
Mm.
I ended up closing pretty much right around here, and it did go higher. But the thing that I was thinking of afterwards is the implied volatility is going up as the price is going up. The contracts that I was getting, the puts, weren't decreasing in value, so it's probably something I should have held on to. And then, sure enough, we did get that big flush, which would have been over 100% on silver, which is a monstrous like $11 drop we got.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. But either way, the good news is silver and gold still give us plenty of opportunity intraday. So the one thing I'm looking at here is the fact that the hourly 20 EMA has not been tagged. Um, so I'm kind of thinking it's possible we do have like some type of gap fill going on. We're gonna open around like 108. So if you're looking for maybe some type of spike up, spike down, looking for shorts in there. The thing about silver, which is tough, is that the smallest you can go is a micro, and even one micro right now is difficult to trade. Like my max size right now is like 2, and even that is sometimes tough to use. So sizing wise, it definitely is a little bit challenging, unless you have a lot more drawdown. But we can also use gold, which will give us some opportunity today, I think.
Good old. What did you say? Good old what?
Give us some opportunity.
But you said good old witch. Is that what you said? Uh, you're saying it should give us some opportunity. Then you said good old something, but I could be. Maybe I missed it.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it would like cut out for a second.
Okay. Okay.
But I was just saying gold can give us some opportunity. It's also a bit extended. It can go either way. The one thing though I've been telling people is that despite silver and gold going on this somewhat parabolic run here, we still have to realize it's not going to just be as easy as like, okay, one day we're just going to crash 20%. They're not going to make a sell-off quote easy, right? Even yesterday, we were making new highs and all of a sudden 10% reversal. So with that being said, I'm still keeping my eye on silver and gold. And the indices themselves, for the first time in a really long time, I think are actually giving us potential for a nice move. It's been pretty miserable to trade NQ and ES, I think, so far this year.
Mm-hmm.
However, I guess I don't have levels here, but I have a level at like 25.9. Oh, here we go. Here are my levels. So these are levels. Ideally, we open above this one level here, but at minimum, we need to open above the 25.966-ish area. And then if we can do that and then reclaim here, I think we do have the potential finally to rally up to 26.105, 26.160s. So basically the rule for me for today, as long as we're above yesterday high, as long as, excuse me, as long as we're above yesterday high and as long as we're above the opening print, I'm going to be looking for longs, not interested in shorts, and hoping we can have some type of mini trend develop by the pullbacks, look for these as the targets. And then ES targets are 70.11 and 70.17.
Yeah, or I'm sorry, NQ currently giving us a little bit more of a gap over previous days bar than ES right now.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I do like where NQ is gapping to. We have a level at 25,996.25 where we're trading right near right now. Higher time frame chart on NQ2 is interesting. It looks like it could be kind of breaking out a bit of a weekly bull flag, but we're also kind of at the top of the, if you want to call that a bull flag, we're sort of at the top of that range, which has been some resistance around this area here. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see if we get a little bit of follow through in a couple of days of trending action or not. It's funny too because this comes all after everything looks pretty bullish now, but the way we opened the market Sunday night with the Canadian tariff threats and stuff, like we had that huge push down to start the week, and now we're looking pretty bullish all of a sudden.
Yeah. I think it just gets to a point where, and I could be wrong, but the market is so kind of accustomed to all these like tariff threats, where unless it's like a real shocking,
Mm-hmm.
tariff threat, I think it's going to be more easily brushed off. We had obviously the April dump of last year was like the king dump, right, because
Mm-hmm.
of the tariffs, and then we saw some kind of mini flash crashes in the fall last year, and even some volatile action start this year. But I think, especially traders who didn't trade during the initial like Trump term, I think they're maybe getting more accustomed to the fact that this is kind of quote normal volatility. We shall see.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very valid point. No longer in any CVX, but I got an overnight spike up into 170.37s a couple days ago. All right, market opens in 1 minute here. ES just got above previous day's high and then quickly rejected it, so it looks like it's about to open right at yesterday's high.
Yeah, and NQ not quite over level, which is what I wanted, but looks like we're not going to get it.
Still
I am watching
above VWAP for NQ.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Still above VWAP for NQ. Coming into VWAP here,
yeah.
ES is a little bit below.
Yeah. It's a bit conflicted. And then I'm watching silver here. I want to see a potential quick spike up and then spike down. We can get a spike up to 109.55 or so. That would be good. 109.5s. Again, the only problem is like if you get an entry at 109.5s and put a stop at 110 on one micro, that's $500. So it's definitely a bit tricky.
Yeah, that's a lot.
But this is the area that should quote reject that. So I'm watching it.
I don't even hate a pullback on NQ back into 25,912.50. That would get back above previous day's high. We'll see here. Currently getting a nice spike.
I personally want us to hold right here.
Yeah, no, this looks good. This is definitely, I have a level at 966. We've got a kind of a group of levels here. So anything over 25,996 looks good.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Above 996, and then ES get back over yesterday high, which it already broke it, but
yeah, it's
I'd like to hold.
Having a little trouble there.
Yeah, that's what I'd be looking for the long. Did get a little rejection so far off of that level on silver. So pulled back. Let's watch that. I would say 5-minute close above 25,996 well, I was gonna say, and strength with the ES, which is not getting, we can look for a long.
Yeah.
Because as of now, the Russell and the Dow are both dumping. Which is definitely not a nice sight, people.
Nice relative strength by NQ here. Feels like -12 right now.
Yeah, it's freezing here in New York. I'm actually going to Cancun tomorrow, so I'm a little
Oh,
excited.
nice. When, how long are you going there for?
I'm leaving tomorrow morning early and come back Sunday.
Nice. You just going with your girl, or are you going family?
Yep, with my girlfriend.
I'm going to Aruba on February 7th.
Nice.
Pretty hyped. Hyped to get out of this freezing cold weather.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, the NQ plan kind of went out the window, at least for now.
Yeah, rejected 25,996 on its first go.
Yeah.
Trying to give a little double bottom on a smaller time frame. We'll see though. VIX is moving higher.
Got an alert. Let's see. Oh, there's nothing. Ooh. Very, very tempted to short silver. However, 1 micro is too large.
Interesting. Now ES picking up strength as NQ loses its strength.
Yeah.
Nice recovery by R2Y as well.
Yeah.
2. Interesting. Interesting how NQ. Well, I guess it's not all that shocking since NQ is sort of the bigger gap overnight.
Uh-huh. Very, very tempted for this silver. See, the problem here with silver is that it's still over the opening print, and I want to take a short in theory with the stops above the high. However, the issue is that's too wide of a stop, and if we get back under the opening print, that's also too wide of a stop.
Fudd, how you doing today, brother? NQ looks like it's about just tagged previous day's high.
So that's silver getting a little bit of a pop. I may consider it a quick short here with it's still a wide stop though. Do I want it or not? I think I'm going to wait for a little bit of a failure to go higher, at least in the 2 minute, before taking this entry, but I am watching this area for a short. Oh wow, NQ just fell off the cliff.
Yeah. So on NQ here, we have this the levels from yesterday. The question is, will it hold there? If it's gonna come this low, does it want to go fill the gap? Spiking at 25.912 has me interested. Probably look at QQQ.
Yeah, I don't mind that, but I'm kind of afraid it might gap fill.
I know that's what I just that's my dilemma. Like if we come all the way here, we may gap fill first. I don't know.
Yeah.
If that's something I want to.
Yeah.
Step in front of RTY's back at its lows. VIX is looking strong here too. So yeah, it feels like I could be trying to catch a falling knife. So I don't want to rush into it.
I think I'm gonna look for a short here in silver, just a wide stop. Almost pulled the trigger there and then it just
Yeah.
Moment. Jumps.
This is gonna piss me off if this just takes off.
Front runs a little bit, that'd be nasty.
Yeah. So there's a level at 25.925 too that I have. So it's like we are bouncing at a level here. It just came all the way down 3 points away from the other one. No, you son of a bitch.
I have one prop firm that I use as like more aggressive trades, but even this is still a bit wide. Oh, that bar got completely reversed.
Yeah, I tried a little QQQ 630s.
All right.
I was gonna say, I thought it said Phil. They were at like 58 or 60 now. So. $630.50 is my next target on the Qs. I like that bounce. Not going to get above the OP here. Off to a good start. Man, it would have been too risky, but my gut feeling was we were gonna hold here, and I almost put them on even earlier. They would have gotten a nice little juice.
Yeah.
It happens though. See you though. Opening print, acting a little rejection here.
Watching the APLD, if we can get an hourly close of 38.2s, I think that's where I'm going to take my swing. I'm still watching the silver for a short. Waiting for this 15-minute bar to close, though.
Man, that's an ugly OP rejection.
Yeah,
We got some.
yes,
Yeah. The 2-minute closes on these levels today so freaking clean. It annoys me. It's like, why do you work so good? It's like doesn't.
So far, good hold off on this.
That's silver.
Yeah, NQ is a bit funky. The big problem I have is that the fact that even though we gapped over the first level, we didn't gap over the second, the 996-ish area, and then we rejected it too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So now it's like I almost want to wait for above that, even if I miss a little bit in between.
Yeah. No, that's very valid.
Hope we bounce or hold, I should say, but
wow, CVX taking off.
Super weak because of UNH.
Yeah, Dow is back at its OP. Man, CVX taking off. I was a freaking week early on that thing. It looks like. I mean, that being said, those CVX calls I had did go 250% when I took some profits.
Oh, there you go.
Just the runners didn't run for me. Did you double up with Jake at Fred again?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't go back to back.
No.
Interesting price action so far we got going on here. Gentlemen, wishing safe travels for both. Snowed in a bit, yeah. We got I don't know, somewhere between probably 15 and 20 inches here. They got the roads pretty cleared off now, though. Yesterday I spent a lot of my back's so tight. I spent so much time shoveling, clearing out my like sidewalks and stuff. Snow is heavy, man.
Yes, potentially here. Yes, looks cleaner.
Yeah. Yes, right.
We had a 5-minute close above yesterday high. I might take some.
That's where we keep battling with here. See if we can get some acceptance over it. That 15-minute on ES looks pretty clean as a 15-minute pullback into a potential new low.
Yeah.
The NQ 15 minutes a little uglier with the.
Yeah.
I gotta take a phone call real quick, so I'm just gonna mute myself for a minute, Zach.
There you go. Almost took that silver. We slightly broke that previous high. Almost took that there, but I hesitated. It's just very tricky right now because, I mean, realistically, you can only trade like one micro with a. I mean, if you do two, you have to have a really tight stop. It can easily get stop hunted. And, you know, even with one, a reasonable stop right now is like $500. But it would have worked for sure. As far as the individual names, I mean, Zoom's kind of coming down, but I want to see it over the opening print. APLD has a potential above 38.2s. Ondas, it didn't sweep yesterday low, so now at this point I'm just going to wait. So I'm really just watching kind of ES futures right now. So I wouldn't mind if we take an entry around here and stop at low of day. Risk like $300 or so, like 5 or 6 micros, not bad.
Yeah, it's not terrible at all.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go. Looks like it wants to give us that 5-minute close for you. I'd like to see the same thing over the OP and 996.25.
Yeah. All right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set an order to go long. I'm try to snipe a little bit better of an entry. I'm going to take 3 at 97 and then 3 at 96 is where my orders will be, and then my stop will be at low of the day. Maybe being a slight dick for a tick, but
I think I said one earlier too, and I forgot on the swear jar. There we go. That's $3 in the swear jar, ladies and gentlemen. $82. We're getting close.
Oh, well, I might have been.
NQ back into the level here. So where we rejected earlier. See if we can break through and head towards pre-market high. That would be nice.
ES is sending it without me. Probably should have just went long there at 98, but a little bit better with R to R.
The only reason I don't want this to pull back to give you a chance at entry is because I'm in 0 days.
Okay.
I'd rather just go. If I was in NQ micros right now, I'd be like, give them the pullback. Yes. Give a 2-minute pullback for potential higher low.
Yes, in that case. I may take some anyway. It's like a little chasey, but I don't really mind it too much.
Yeah, it's got some room. I mean, we got ES looks like 711, so you'd have about another 10 points above.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, snap.
Silver fell off a cliff.
My cons are up a little over 60%. Couldn't get the 2-minute close above the level again, but let's see. We're still trying. VIX is making new lows, which we like. ES, 50-minute looks like. Nice bar.
Yeah.
I got 3 minutes to this 15-minute close.
I think I was just in a little bit of like a silver mindset there where like every tick matters, but realistically 1 point on ES wouldn't have mattered too much, but
Yeah.
in theory, didn't give me an entry.
Yeah, that's valid. I could see.
Yeah. It did give an entry, I should say, but it didn't give me the entry I wanted to take right there. But definitely valid right there for that long over the previous. That's all I was looking for, a 5-minute close above the previous day high, which is also the open print. So I said earlier, if we can remain above previous day high, above opening print, should be good to go, but I missed it. So
the not good news is I'm hungry already. I'm normally not hungry till like 11. Oh man, let's go juice them up. Pawn just hit a little over 100% here. I wish
nice
I was
already.
a little, yeah.
Take that
for sure.
Yeah, it sinks a little bit. I had a small pivot on at 695 threes, which we just hit, which was my first target on SPY, aka ES. Should have been almost 10 points. Would have been about like 9. I just took entry at the 5-minute close.
ES and NQ both very close to their pre-market high here.
I mean, 7-Elevens is first up on ES, which we're pretty close to, and then NQ still has about 70 points if it wants it.
Oh, baby, tell me you want it. Tell me you want it.
And it's so crazy because I was just saying before when you're on mute, I was looking for some type of like signal to get into silver, and on this 2-minute bar at 9:44, we slightly swept the previous highs by like a tick, and I was like, okay, I might just take this with like a 50-point or 50-cent stop, and that literally would have been the high of the day, and would have been for 1 micro. Because in theory, I was looking for a gap fill, but even if I didn't sell it, let's say I sold it right here.
Show me the 2-minute bar again. I'm sorry, I had the wrong screen up.
No, you're good. It's like right here. We went over it by 1 tick, basically.
Oh, yeah,
I was just looking
yeah.
for some type of signal, some type of failure to go higher. And even if you took it here at the stop above, but I mean, 1 micro would in less than 10 minutes would have paid at least $2,000, which is just crazy.
Oh my goodness, that's wild.
Yeah. I had the right idea for NQ. Oh, sorry, ES, I should say. I didn't take the entry. I was being actually speaking.
Yeah, it's tough too because you were, like you said about the silver mindset with the sizing too, but you're kind of watching 2 things at once. I know you, so you're kind of like deciding which one you want to trade.
Yeah, and one thing I've been telling like my mastermind students, especially, I think when trading silver, I mean, really when trading everything for the most part, but especially silver and gold, to get the best R to R, you have to take a short on a green candle and a long on a red candle. It's a little bit different with ESNQ, especially if you're looking for like confirmation, right? Because there I was looking to take just long above previous high. But with silver and gold especially, it's tough. You know, the best R to R. Something that's older. The best R to R comes, you know, on the opposite candle, and so now at this point it's tough. It probably, you know, to gap fill, which is not too far away. The R to R is not great. Probably does it, but We'll see. I'll focus on the swings if they set up. If we get a 2-minute pullback, I'd consider this, but I may not even give that.
The QQQ contracts have gone from 58 to they're at 145 now.
Nice.
Took a little bit of profit here. Broke over the pre-market high. I definitely think she can keep juicing a little bit here.
Yeah, I have a level on the Qs, not on NQ, but on the Qs.
Oh yeah, I quit looking at QQQ. You're right. I have one too.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
it's 630,
it's basically
53.
right here. Yeah, it's basically right here.
Yep. Yep.
So if we could break that, which we're trying above here, we don't really have much until
Yeah.
that 2105, which is a big target. And then
I did say that earlier. I'm like, I got a first target is 630, 58, 53 that I quit watching.
Yeah. If we can get higher time frame confirmation with 26105, 26160s on NQ, then we finally can like break this nasty range we've been in for like 3 months.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like on the Qs, I got about another $2.30 a room, but NQ it's about 70, 80 points, I think.
Yeah.
News in 2 minutes. Oh, jeez.
Is it?
Yeah, I think there's something. I forget what it is. I'm gonna look.
Not
crude oil. Wait, today's Tuesday, right? Yeah, consumer confidence.
Yeah. I personally don't really pay attention to that stuff. I mean,
I feel like consumer confidence is one that doesn't often move us a lot, but I have seen it affect us a lot, but most of the time I feel like it's kind of hit or miss.
Yeah, and like, because that's the thing is like, for me at least, I only pay attention to the red folders, and even them sometimes they're not overly impactful. Just because I feel like if you do, pay attention to the yellow and the orange folders, then you kind of restrict yourself a lot, and then you have to ask yourself the question of, do you want to never trade through them? Do you always trade through them? Because you can't sometimes pick and choose. You can't go, today I'll trade through it, today I won't. So for me, I always like to tell myself, if I'm in a trade, I'm willing to like trail my stop or hold or whatever, but I don't like to take a new trade right before. Like I wouldn't take one like right now.
Yeah. I also think that a lot of the times the chart is telling you the truth, right? So it's like if the chart is saying that your trade that you're in is looking good, the news more times than not can be a catalyst in your favor because it was also in alignment with the chart.
Exactly. And I mean, again, you could easily get a pullback, you can easily get a pop, but for the yellow and orange, I just personally trade through them. Like if I took that ES long, I would just be like, okay, I'm gonna, I would have taken profits here already at like 10 points, and then I would have just said, okay, stops it even.
All right, so it is 10 now, so
yeah,
that data should come out.
Silver did pretty much fill that gap. Very close.
I don't think the news terminal on Thinkorswim.
I just use Forex Factory.
Okay, I like so like in Project X, or I think Tradeovate has it like probably a very similar, the same feed, but I kind of like that one. It's just like that pops up. Some of them like will pop up like the red highlighted things. And honestly, it's not something I ever really cared to watch all that much until Trump is in office, in which case I feel like there's always stuff going on.
Yeah.
Not much of a reaction, looks like, to whatever the consumer confidence data.
Yeah, silver pretty much filled the gap. Yes, somewhat made the move. I mean, there's really no entry now unless it pulls back a bit deeper, which I don't know if I want.
So the way consumer confidence came in, actual 84.5. It was forecasted at 91. So it looks like that was a miss. Previous 89.1. So up from previous, but not as much as expected. That being said, even though it missed, the market doesn't seem to care all that much.
Apparently, Top Step paused the trading of silver minis.
Oh, they're getting no way. They're getting taken. They're getting rinsed. Well, good for you, Top Step, because you rebuild me for 10 accounts that I'd closed because you changed your fine print, and I think you guys are a bunch of shady bastards now. So I'm glad people were making a shit ton of money on gold minis.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure someone yesterday caught a dump or the dump, and
yeah, just made a crazy amount.
I'm pretty sure if my calculations are right, if they caught the dump, hold on, let me do the math. Yeah, so if they caught the dump with one mini from like, there was plenty of space to catch 10 points because I think top to bottom was like 12. So let's say he caught 10 points with one silver mini, I'm pretty sure that would be $100,000.
Yowzers. That's awesome.
Yeah. One micro would be $10,000.
That's
which is crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw Brett Simba post on X that he got kicked out of his short and right before it dumped. I'm sure, knowing him, I'm sure he had some size on that thing too.
Oh yeah. Oh man. Like selfishly, I want us to pull back a little bit, but like for you, I don't.
I know. Yeah, the cons are holding up nice. There's been like no pullback. They're now in the monies.
Yeah, I mean 632 eights, target, which would give you like a 6x, would be sweet.
I know. Yeah, we're coming up on 2x right now.
Yeah.
About $20 away. Give it to me.
Yeah, I don't really care because I don't love trading the open anyway. So like I know I'll get a pullback. I just know it's sometimes boring to not trade the open at times. But
I mean, in the long run, it's probably the smarter decision. For sure.
Silver still has room.
Futures. Whoa. So that was before market open. Canada's Prime Minister Carney told Trump, I meant what I said in Davos, and Canada is responding to change in U.S. trade policy. I spoke to Trump on Monday about Canada's arrangement with China, opportunity to move forward on USMA. No, don't do it.
All right, guys, I took some micros there at 98 on ES.
That's an uglier bar than I would have liked to see.
Well, I got your back up.
All right, I know. But I do like that you hopped in though. I like that.
I can't ask for a pullback.
Yeah, and then not
a pullback because you're in, and then not take it. That just sucks. So if we're going down together.
All right, I like it. I respect.
Yes. So I took 5 micros there, risking low of day, so about $300 of risk for me.
It's like you ever seen the movie The Town?
Yes.
When Ben Affleck walks into his buddy's apartment, he's like, "Hey, listen, I need your help. We're gonna hurt some people. You can never ask me about it again." And he just looks out. He's like, "Whose car are we gonna take?" So good. I just listened to his Rogan episode, and
Oh yeah.
he was talking about how he was visiting jails and talking to like thieves, criminals, and stuff like that in from Boston and stuff. And a lot of those scenes came from stories that those guys told him. Like there's that scene where they when they the beginning they rob, they're all in the mask in the nun, what are they, the weird masks, and they're changing cars, like they're ditching their car and getting in the other one, and they look over and they see a cop on like construction duty, and he looks at them and they make eye contact, and they all got like these automatic guns, and he
Yeah,
just
yeah.
looks the other way. Apparently that really happened according to some guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently.
So I actually got in at 98 quarters. Because I was trying to market buy at 98, but I got a tick off. So we got 98 quarters. Stop is basically 10 and a quarter. Target is there. I mean, I may take some off at high of day for about one to one, roughly, maybe a little bit under, but we'll see. This is the plan.
I like the initial bounce so far. It's a nice making back a nice bit of the 2 minute bar. That 5 minutes now putting in a nice wick.
Yeah.
I like it.
The 5 minute on NQ could tag the 8 EMA via time potentially, while ES, as you can see, at least on my screen, it just tagged directly. We're already at 5 points, which is solid, good bounce.
Yeah, definitely. All right, dude. I gotta step away for just a minute. Do not let the market die. All right, you gotta hold us up.
I got it. I'll hold it up with my 5 micros. I got you.
I got some alerts set on my phone in case, but I'll be right back.
All right. All right, let's end it. We got the pullback, so I mean, it's pretty much make or break right here. I mean, we could, in theory, if we get a strong bar, move the stop, but I like to accept full risk for as long as possible, because I would hate to get stopped out or trailed out and then just for the trade to work. So if we close like a strong hammer bar like this, I would consider raising the stop, but the trade could still work, and I know that. But we're definitely getting to a good spot here. Definitely nice, up about 6 points, almost 6 points here. If we push to like 07s, I think I might take a couple cons off and then hold the rest to the level. Typically, if I'm trading like larger size, I would trim like right here, but I'm gonna try to hold a little bit more because again, I only have 5 micros. See if I can get a trim at 7 quarters. Come on, a little bit more. 7 quarters would give us 9 points. Feel pretty good about that. Almost 1 to 1, and then hold the rest. Got to like, I think we got to 7. We literally got to 7. A little bit more. Come on. We got 6 3/4. Like here, I don't want to be a dick for a tick, but I think I might be. All right, I decided I'm not going to be here. I'm putting in 6 3/4 or 6 1/4. Just give me 8 points for the trim. And Q made new highs, which is good. Silver made new lows. All right, so I'm going to look to take off the remaining, probably just shy. I'll put the order in at 11. Yeah, put it at 11. Or actually, I'll put it at, just because I'm like weird like that, I'm going to put it 10 3/4. So my exit would be here now. That's my exit. I like to front run my stuff, and like I also like to front run my levels, and then I like to front run whole numbers typically. And then sometimes I get really crazy where I like to front run the front run of the front run, and then it's just too much. So I just try to keep it simple. As you can see right now, my hands are like in my shirt. I'm just trying not to touch it too much at this point. You could probably now, I think actually what I'll say now is I'll move my stop. Because after I take a trim, then that's when I like to move a stop, because typically I like to close my positions in full, um, near 1 to 1. But whenever I'm holding runners, that's when I do want to just like lock it in. So I think what I'll do now, guys, is move my stop here to 1 point under entry. So now my stop is going to be 97.25 on the remaining. 97.25. Okay, so now you can argue the dynamic R isn't that good, but I'm just gonna hold just for the sake of holding a couple micros here. Again, if I was trading, what I typically like to do, because it's just my style, I'm a scalper, right? So what I like to do is take very, very precise and specific entry, knowing that I should get a reaction right away, and then I like to close in full and then look for a re-entry. When I'm trading on streams and like when I'm trading live, I typically like to look for slightly bigger moves just because, my thought process really is for you guys, where if you guys miss the entry by a point, exit by a point on ES, for example, now, an 8 point trade turns into a 6 point trade, right? And so I don't know. I just try to keep you guys in mind more so. But with that being said, if I'm trading like by myself and I would trade, let's say, one mini, right? One ES mini, I would have been out on that candle or the start of the next, whatever. I take my points, I get in, get out because my data tells me that if I hold a trade for 15 minutes or more or longer, then typically my win rate drops from around 80 something percent to about 54, 55% when it comes to trading futures. So I don't want to fight that, right? And I miss out on some bigger moves, but it's what keeps me consistent and keeps me, going. So alerts from last week. Because here's the thing, guys, we have to realize is that like R to R really isn't important. Well, I should say this: it's not as important as some people stress it to be. Right? What's most important is high probability trades, and I always say this, and I start like my mastermind with this that it's easy for someone to teach you in high R multiple trade, a high R to R trade. It's hard for someone to teach you a high probability setup, right? Because teaching a high probability setup has more involved in it, right? It naturally has more involved in it. So, you know, I don't focus as much on R to R because I'm a believer that let's just say, I don't know, let's just say like this, right? Let's say the move happens. Let's say that's the move. Okay. This is the move we're looking for above the previous day high up until here. Let's call it about 15 points. Is it likely that we go up in a straight line 15 points? Could happen, but probably not the most likely. What's likely though is to get some type of pivots put in play, right? Which we just got, some type of higher low, right? And now we're consolidating a bit, maybe for the next leg up, maybe we fail. Who knows, right? We don't know. But my general thought process always is just the fact that I'm just gonna get rid of this stuff real quick. My general thought process is that we don't move in a straight line. So let's just say I did catch this initial trade, right? And I was even saying before, if I did take the entry here, I would have probably sold here for the 10 points, got out, and then looked for a new entry. That's just the way I like to do it because for me, the unrealized R, right, the dynamic R doesn't make sense to hold, for example. It doesn't make sense for me to risk 10 points to make an additional 4, even if that's a better R to R from the start of the trade, right? That's once the dynamic risk to reward starts to shift against me, that's typically when I exit the trade. I exit, look for a reentry. So I could have exited here, looked for reentry, gotten another 6, 7, 8 points, whatever it is, right? And so this way, right? Think about it this way, boom, that's 15 points right there. However, you just caught 10 points here and 7 points here. So you actually just got more points than the range because you're taking multiple entries, right? And there's also no guarantee, right? There's no guarantee we get up there. So let's just say the trade does fail, right? The maximum points you would have been able to get is just over 10 or call it 10. We were able to get even call it 15. So we were able to beat the range or the highs just by taking multiple entries. And for me, that's, in my opinion, the best way to trade futures. I think it's the easiest, most stress-free. Some people think it's more active management, yes, but also futures are so volatile where I like to just take my piece, get out. I'm not in here scalping a point on ES, 2 points on ES, right? I'm still getting a decent amount. I would like to say like 4 to 5 points is solid, 7, 8's good. So I'm still getting a decent piece, but I'm just doing that multiple times. Or some people like just hold, but I think this way the math just kind of proves right. So again, guys, I'm still holding a couple cons. Stop is 1 point under break even. So in theory, if we're talking in an R scale, if I get stopped out here, it'd be like a half R win. But I don't like talking about half R. I like talking about dollars.
Well, good job, dude. Holding her up. I like it.
Holding it.
Appreciate
Maybe I'll
it.
have more now that you're back.
Let's go. Let's go.
I actually almost just did right there at the lows. I was looking for a little bit lower, but I'm just gonna hold what I have for now, not get too crazy. I got last week. I actually got a payout denied
No way.
from Alpha Futures,
Okay.
and so one of my accounts, and I'm always transparent. One of my accounts was not doing so hot. It was in drawdown, and I was like, okay, like this account might get blown, so I can do one of two things. As always, I can either YOLO it, right, or I can try to grind it back. And I was like, you know what, like I don't know if you've ever done the Alpha Advanced accounts.
I've never really traded with them. I mean, I've heard good things, but I just
No?
haven't used them yet.
Yeah, so they're solid, but they're kind of hard, right? They're, in my opinion, they're the hardest in the industry.
Okay.
So the advanced accounts, you have to make 4K over at least 2 days, and you can only lose 2K. So you basically have to make double your risk,
Okay.
which is kind of tough.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, like I don't want to YOLO these because they're also expensive. It costs about $100 or $105, and then there's $150 activation fee. So they're pretty expensive, but they're good accounts. So
I was gonna say, yeah. Do they have like good upside once you get?
Yeah. So you can pull out 15K per account per payout.
Oh,
so
wow, yeah,
basically
okay.
You could take out like 45K per payout.
Speaking of which, I want to finish your story, but I just saw that My Infinite Futures had a single account where somebody pulled out like 70 or 80K from one account,
really?
one payout. But anyway, good.
Maybe.
Yeah, I got to look into it a little bit more.
Yeah, I know they raised their caps, and now it's 100K you can take out, which is good. But anyway, so I basically said to myself, all right, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grind it back with micros. I only had like a couple $100 of drawdown. And basically, I'm like, I'm going to get in, get out, and then look for reentry. And so I did that. Like, I forgot what night it was. It was one night I did it last week. Get in, with 1 silver, 1 or 2 gold, get out, look for reentry. And I kept doing that. And I was just grinding away. So like if my bigger picture idea was like a big target, right? I took a ton of trades in that. Just like getting in with a micro, getting out, getting in, get out, just taking like basically like 30 points, $30 at a time, $40 at a time until I was able to kind of get more.
And have a little cushion, yeah.
Yeah. And then so then the next day, so at this point I recovered a good amount of the loss, still negative. But then the next day I kind of kept the same mentality. And then I was like, I eventually got back to green. And I was like, wow, this is great. Like, let me just keep grinding away for a bit. Kept grinding away for a bit. And then I went back to like break even. And I'm like, crap. So then I was like, okay, you know what? I'm just going to stay small and just take a couple more trades and just see what I can do. And then I ended up the day around like 600.
Okay.
Plus 600. However, again, this is over the course of a night and a day. I guess because of how, like, what my, okay, here we go, breaking that little high.
Yeah.
Because of my little trades. So again, in my brain, I'm just looking for big picture, right?
Yeah.
But because of the frequency of the trades, apparently I took over 100 different open and closes, which is a lot. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. Oh,
but
yeah.
It was calculated. It was either like I try to YOLO the thing, or
and honestly, you made it work. Yeah.
Yeah, and so one of their rules, which I didn't even know they had, is that they can deny traders for high frequency trading. And so if you take over 100 trades, they have the right to deny you. And so
Now, does that do you like lose the account, or do they reset anything, or are you able to keep trading?
I lost the profit I made. And then I have to trade more days.
So do you have to now dig yourself back out of that hole that you were in?
No, so they didn't put me back in
like
full
in negative.
drawdown.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was down on the day. like whatever it was, like 1100 or something. I just took, got a couple bad silver trades in a row. Um, so I don't have to do that, fortunately. But today is either day 2 or day 3, so I need a couple more days. So I basically just told myself the next couple days, today I'm going to give it a fair shot to try to, get some homers or something, and then after that, just look for like a little base hit to just get a trading day in there. But yeah, definitely unfortunate, but
Yeah, it's
grind.
part of the life of prop
Yeah,
firms.
because under like my assumption, I thought the only rule that they really had was 5 days of $200 profit that you can take out. I didn't really know there was any other kind of like somewhat strict rules,
Mm-hmm.
because I know you can actually hedge on there. You can do news trading. It's very
Oh
very
wow.
flexible.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that's interesting.
very flexible. Yeah.
Huh. Um, but yeah,
Yeah.
so the CEO from My Funded Futures, like retweeted or whatever, somebody posted, 100K payout from a single 50K pro account. And the guy said this has to be the most underrated plan in the whole prop space. January 12th paid $186 for the 50K pro with 1 day to pass. And on January 26th, which is 9 trading days later, he withdrew $79,000.
Yeah.
And that's 79,000 is after his profit split. So I think he actually
Awesome.
it was $98,800 was the cap, which is crazy. He showed all his stats, and the numbers are crazy. On a 50K account, 80 trades in a single day, 24.9 thousand dollars.
Sheesh.
And then 82 trades, 8.7 thousand. 105 trades. These are all single days. But I looked at his account a little bit, and he does a lot of automated bot trading, I think.
Oh,
So I
okay.
think
Okay.
he's doing a lot of like quick in and out stuff. I think they allow that.
Yeah. 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 He's probably doing like what I was doing that one day, except he was doing minis.
Yeah, yeah, he's
Stuff
probably doing
like
it with
that.
minis on silver, whatever. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
but yeah, that's
Yeah.
wild. So 9 trading days. He had one red day for minus 3,000, and he made $100,000. That's crazy.
Damn,
One
that's
hundred two
crazy.
thousand dollars. That's crazy.
Good for that guy.
Yeah, for sure. His name is Jinzo. I don't know what that means. Discretionary and automated strategies on futures. But yeah, I thought that was I thought I might have to look into those because um like $186 is for 50K account is maybe a little bit on the pricier side compared to some other 50K accounts. But if there's no payout limits and consistency rules or anything like that, like you could definitely take out a lot of money. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, Omar, isn't that wild? I'm assuming you're saying that to the My Fun and Futures guy, but I just saw your chat. But that's crazy stuff, man. Come on, baby, let's make another leg up. You can do it.
APLD is pushing, so I may take entry in there as well later. I'm just gonna run that.
Oh, you're good, man. User Sodvine 22 I think you sent this message way earlier, but you said, "Hey, you can hear today." I didn't know you were having audio problems. I'm assuming it's something on your end then. QQQ still sitting right at the level here. Let's see. I've been holding trades the last few days for a long time. I'd like this to make a bit of a quicker move. Make my life easy today, please. Tomorrow we have Trump speaking again in the morning. We got crude oil inventories. We have the interest rate decision. We got an FOMC statement and an FOMC press conference. So tomorrow should be a little bit spicy if you like your markets hot.
My stop is still set at 97.25, which technically we could bounce at, but I'm just going to leave it there for now. We want to secure a green trade.
Yeah, NQ is still showing a little bit more strength here. Just trying to give a wick on the 5 minute. Come on. This QQQ level is just being too dang accurate.
Yeah. That was my one concern. It was like, when you were gone, I was just saying that normally I like to take profit on impulses and just get out. So I got entry, pretty much sniped an entry at 98.25.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you had a sniper entry for sure.
Yeah, I like to just snipe my entry. I know pretty accurately and pretty soon after I take trades if I'm gonna be right or wrong, and then I like to just kind of close in full and then reevaluate. But when I trade live, I usually try to hold for a little bit bigger moves in case people miss the entry or exit by a little bit. Whether that's stupid or not, it's just kind of my mindset when I trade live. However, that's also the hourly close right there. I was concerned that we could get a little bit of pullback off of that QQQ level. So
yeah, I had marked up QQQ and was watching it, and then I sort of switched my chart over and started watching it on NQ, and NQ doesn't actually have a level there, I don't think.
Yeah.
And so I kind of forgot that it was there, even though I said when I took the trade it was my target, my first target.
Yep. That's why I like to do both, because even right now there's actually a level on SPY as well, which we were above, but now we are not. We're pretty much right at it, so that's why I may just close in full. Because initially we were above it, we were kind of back testing it, and I was looking for that bounce, which we got. So I'm gonna give it this 5 minute bar. The stop's tight anyway here, so
NQ just 2 minutes looks like a pretty decent flag at the level. We'll see if it can get a pop higher, another leg up or not.
5 looks great. Everything looks good on it. Just doesn't want that next leg now, or doesn't need a deeper pullback or a longer consolidation. Which, when you were gone, I was mentioning so for me, the actionable area was above previous day high up to 70.11s on ES, which is 15 points. But if I took my initial entry, which I did, let's say I did at 97s and took it off at 07s or 06s, call that 9 or 10 points. And then I could have taken the re-entry for another, 6 to 7 points. So call that 15 points or so. Right?
Yeah.
Now I'm able to get 15 points within only a 10-point move.
Yeah.
And now, even if it gets to the 70.11s, it doesn't really matter because I was able to catch multiple pieces, multiple impulses within the same range. And that's kind of how I like to do my trading.
Mhm.
So I don't have to rely on the entire move to happen to get 15 points. I
Yeah.
can take entry, exit. You know, like I
Yeah,
almost
yeah,
actually
yeah.
took an entry on NQ there as well off this 5-minute 8, but I'm like, I don't want to overdo it right now.
Yeah. And yeah, I
So.
totally get that because I mean charts get to a point where you can tell, okay, we're running into a little resistance, we're getting a little excited, a little exhausted. So it's like take your profit, but you don't necessarily think the trend's gonna end. But it's just like why
Oh,
sit
yeah.
through the pullback because then it pulls back and you can hop
Exactly.
right back in. So like I do think it's super valid. I haven't like spent a whole lot of time trying to trade like that.
Yeah. For me, it's help. Like people are usually one of two ways. It's either like a lot more work and they don't like it, or they're like, wow, this is so much better because I can just like be in the market less. And for me, that's what I like. I like to be exposed, and which is the complete opposite of options, right? Futures, I like to be in the market exposed as little as possible. You know, so in theory, I could have taken, you know, if coulda, shoulda, woulda, but like you guys saw, I had the plan to take the entry. Let's say I did get filled here, I could have been in this trade for 5 to 7 minutes, and then I could have been in this trade for another 5 minutes or 7 minutes. So I could have been in the same trade, or I should say, the same move, 2 different times for a total of under 15 minutes. Meanwhile, if I took the initial entry, maybe I would have trimmed, sure, but I would have been in this trade for 45 minutes. You know, so
Yeah. Yeah, and I definitely spent time like purposefully like trying to train my brain to sit through the fluctuations and like
yeah,
so I feel like I have built up a pretty good tolerance for it. But there are days where it's like, man, why did you
yeah,
freaking hold it? Like life could have been so much easier if you just took the
yeah.
initial pop and then didn't, hope for this second leg up or whatever it was.
No, absolutely, and that's what I do for options. But obviously, sometimes you miss out. Like, I mean, the example from this morning, which I just checked on, was DCON, because I mentioned that we had an initial level that we had a level at like 60.8 or something. So yesterday it hit like the 61 area on
Mm-hmm.
DCON, and then it rejected down to like 58. And so I thought that was a good move. Like I took it off, it rejected. Like if it continues to pull back, I'll get an entry. And then today, gaps from 58 to 64s. And so, sometimes I do miss that, but at the same time, it was already an 100% winner. So I didn't want to hold through that and, potentially give all that back on runners. So.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's right. Trading, it's always like depending on what you decide to do. There's a pro and a con to it. You have to weigh those pros and cons for yourself and the situation, your personality, all that good stuff, right? All right, there's new highs on the Qs. Come on, baby. It's 200% there.
Very nice.
Very, very nice.
Yeah, I'm looking to take some APLD here shortly.
I don't know why APLD sounds like it should. No, I don't know why it made me think like that should be Apple's ticker, but D does not actually have anything to do with that. D's nuts.
I like the March.
Oh, come on, baby. Let's go.
Send it.
Let's flippin' go. Give me 630, 280s.
So patiently waiting for my 10 3/4 target to hit.
Patiently waiting for a track to explode on, eh?
I think I'm gonna take a starter here, guys, in the APLD 320.45 calls. I'm just debating between the 320 or the April 17th. The 320s are like 445s. April 17th, they're like 6. 320s, 320, 45 calls, or 445. Just got a text from Apex telling me they're 90% off. Thanks, buddy. You banned me.
Yeah, like you gotta
Yeah.
reply back stop to get removed from the list.
Yeah. Alrighty, so I took a starter. Watching APLD. This is not the right chart. Here's the chart. So I mentioned that an hourly close above 38. I like. I want to see us kind of eat back into this bar. I'm expecting a daily inside bar for APLD. If I'm wrong and it breaks higher, great. If it breaks lower, then we have plenty of time. I took the 45 call because again, this is kind of breaking this 3-month mini cup and handle. The big picture here. I'm just going to the weekly, so I need to spend as much time scrolling. Big picture, we broke out of this previous 2021 high, spent 4 years consolidating, and we really have nothing until like the previous highs back in like 2002, 2003. And so when we have something that's like multiple decades old of price action, I pretty much treat it like a new all-time high. I'm aware of big picture concepts, like big picture levels, areas where it may reject. But for me, this is kind of a new all-time high. So I'd be using ADR for targets. If we can get 2 to 3 in a row, 8 quote ADR in a row, that's roughly a $3 move. So let's just say we get 3 days of $3 up in a row. That's roughly like 47, 49-ish. And we bought plenty of time. I bought 2 months of time. So in theory, you can get to 45 in a day or two, but I gave myself almost 2 months here. So yeah. Put back to
Nice. I dig it. I got you, Frank. I got you. Thank you.
Very tempted to just close this in full here at 11 points.
Trying to hold the rest of this to.
I closed it there, guys, for 11 points. I don't, at this point, we got the double impulse bar. We're a point away from my target.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it.
So that was
I like it a lot. Good stuff.
Higher, we out. So sniper entry. There even was somewhat of a re-entry if you wanted to be aggressive at like 7,000, a couple points above entry, but that's all she wrote for that. Especially because I'm trading on my alpha, so every additional book is good. So these accounts now are back. I have 3 accounts back up 8,100 in profit each, and alpha allows you to take out half. So that's pretty solid.
Nice. Good stuff. Nice trade, dude. Yeah, that was a great entry. Yeah, it was like a.
I just have to give you some reinforcements. Listen, I asked for a pullback.
I appreciate it.
If I didn't take the pullback and then it failed, I would have felt, I would have felt bad. So if we were going down, we were going down together.
That's right, baby. I like it. Well, I mean, we still look pretty good here. I'm trying to hold. I've taken profits on this. I'm trying to hold runners to target here. But with 0 days, I'd like to see us get there sooner rather than later. I'm not going to get married to it. You have something for me? What's up, buddy? A snack? Where did you get this from?
When we for Christmas, when we were making cookies.
Oh, these are from Christmas?
At Gary and Papa.
Yeah. They good? They're not stale? No?
Yeah, hard.
They're hard? Yeah, I thought they might be. They're a little old, aren't they? Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it.
Bye bye.
Bye, buddy. Man, I got hyped when I saw he had something to eat in his hand because I was hungry. I'm like, oh, as soon as I saw the cookie, I'm like, I'm pretty sure they decorated these things like Christmas. It's a little old.
That's funny.
It's the thought that counts, though. Appreciate it, buddy. All right, ES coming in the target here makes me a little because I could see it getting a little resistance here. It's a pretty good looking 15-minute bar here. It's going to close in about 30 seconds. VIX is back at its low on the day. If it can break lower, we should have some room to keep going higher.
There's pretty much target there on ES as well.
Yep. There it
I
is.
always like to front run it though. Those
Yeah.
extra points.
No, I agree. It's so frustrating when you don't front run it and then it front runs it for you.
Exactly. Like right there, initially my target was 10 and a quarter, and we hit like 10, and then it started reversing. I'm like, okay, I'm just taking it 9 and a quarter, the extra a little bit. But I'm not really sure I'm gonna do much else the rest of the day. I took the entry in APLD, maybe in Ondas. I will keep a lookout for that.
About another 30, 40 points we're looking for here on the NQ. Come on, can we do it? Can we do it? Yes, with a nice push through its level. You like to see that when it doesn't slow down at all.
That's very nice. We have a little pivot 70-17s, and over that, pretty free. So that's 70-17s will kind of line up with the NQ level. Then 26-160s above that.
Collins from 58 to 205 here.
Very nice.
Getting ready to go flat here very shortly, though.
Do you know what the deepest pullback it was there when it pulled back to like 26-040s on NQ or no?
From my entry?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my entry, it didn't really pull back much. We had this down here. I was watching the NQ. Make sure it looks good. OBS. So we had right the pull minute, the 2 minute, right? We rejected this first, came down, and so I was watching us to tag down at 25,912 here, which we
Yeah.
didn't do, and then we got this 2 minute hold, and I started thinking, we had a little conversation about it. Man, I think we might just hold here and go. And when we started getting a little strength on this 2 minute bar, since I entered on QQQ, I don't know like the exact price on NQ, but it was right above previous day's high. So then we had pretty quickly into the opening print, rejected, came back to about break even, and then took off from there. So yeah, not much drawdown at all, if any. Yeah.
After we got up there, yeah, nice.
Yeah. Yeah, the cons might have went down a little bit on the opening print, initial
Yeah.
rejection there, but if they did, it wasn't by a whole lot.
Yeah, in hindsight, I actually think what I should have done with silver is at that moment where I was debating a short, would have just taken options. I think I should have done that. That would have been better. I could have had a more loose stop. I was just fixated on futures at the moment. But because in hindsight, that move would have given $5,000 for a micro if you caught the whole piece. But I would have gotten out of gap fill anyway. But with the options, it would have been a lot cleaner. With ES futures, though, obviously, that was solid. At least got a piece there, and yeah, that's that.
Yeah, it's I mean, we both mentioned kind of pre-market. We liked where NQ was opening. I even said pre-market, or maybe it was Reddit market open, that I wouldn't hate us to pull back into this 25,912s and hold from there. We missed it by 3 points, but so what I was watching for, what I wanted to happen, sort of played out to perfection. So you gotta love when that happens. It makes the days pretty relatively stress free.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. It's not often that I do. Well, I mean, it wasn't necessarily that close to the open. It was like 30, 40 minutes after, but it does feel good because most days I'm taking trades kind of closer to the middle of the day, afternoon. So to kind of take a solid trade before, I even get off a voice chat.
Yeah. So you're saying trades for you in like the first 2 hour window or even early, because you're more focused on like kind of finding later day swing entries?
Usually, like first hour, I would say. Like especially the first, like when I took the trade, that's usually like the earliest I would take it, because I always believe that like now it's a little bit different, but when we get those early moves in the morning, it's still too early to decide, is that trend or is that a move, right? Because a trend is composed of multiple components, and a move can simply just be a spike up or spike down.
For sure, yeah.
We kind of did have a little bit more data. We opened up on ES, dipped a little bit, popped up, dipped again, and that's when I took the entry. Because at that point, I'm like, okay, we kind of have some structure here. I can bank on this 8 EMA holding and being that higher low, which is where I took the entry, which was the higher low. But for me, if we just get like a straight move up or straight move down, we have no structure. We're just moving. So there's no, justification behind it. And with NQ, I mean, NQ was even better in theory as far as market structure. We had a spike up that failed, spike down, back over the open, then had a couple little dips, higher lows, and now made new highs, and now potentially another higher low here. It just, I think, with more structure, it's just easier to trade in general with anything.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, that patience is a skill 100%.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. But I also just think at the open, it's just so volatile. Even with the silver, was making me hesitate because of the volatility. But again, with options, you can get a little bit more loose, and so that's what I probably should have done.
Yeah, you can limit your risk with just the cost of the option, right?
Yeah.
But
Exactly.
Trading futures, anything silver, gold, NQ at the open with that volatility, things can move faster than you enter your stop in, and you can lose a lot more than you want to really quickly.
Absolutely.
Which is never, and then when you do that early too, it's always like the worst way to start your trading day. So then you're like, if you do decide to continue to trade, your emotions are high, you're chasing, you're trying to make stuff back, you're making decisions based off of P&L, and It's just like it's a good way to get yourself on tilt and emotional.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so my entry obviously it was pretty early into we had what 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, so I was 12 minutes there. Yeah, I generally say I probably try to wait to kind of like that 15-minute orb gets set a little bit. Not that I even really use it much, but just sort of see the behavior of the market where we go to in those first 15 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. The only time I really take trades at the open is my post earnings trade setups. That's like really the only time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Not that there's necessarily a problem, just I try to avoid the volatility at times.
Wow, VIX futures the last I think this was maybe last week on Thursday. 1810 on it just was a absolute brick wall of support, and it's doing the exact same thing right now. How's your GameStop names doing this week?
I don't even know what I put. To be honest with you, I entered a bunch of different contests. I check on that in a bit though.
Let's see here. Looks like a nice breakout of this big resistance. I mean, we got it. Will it continue to give us the follow through?
Yeah.
That is the question. I'm gonna paint the wall behind me, guys. I gotta scrape this old. I don't even know if it's wallpaper or just old, like super old paint. My house is like 110 years old or 115 years old, and I had the pictures behind me hanging with like command strips, and I went to pull them off yesterday, and it just ripped the paint or whatever it is off the wall.
This for me could potentially be an NQ entry.
Yeah.
Off this 5.8 EMA, we're on top of the level for ES.
Mm-hmm.
The stop is pretty tight. You can use like a 20-point stop and then like a 40-point take profit, or even a 30-point. I mean, even a 20-point. I mean, it's not bad.
I almost said I almost said a minute ago, if this was a futures NQ trade that I was in, or MNQ trade, I would be talking myself into adding into it.
Yeah. Yeah, if this 5-minute closes, it's somewhat of a hammer here. I think I'm going to take a little stab. Don't want to take too much and give back gains.
So target would be what, 129 potentially.
The 2-minute buy is somewhat shaping up. So as long as it's 5, so the 2-minute is the 5-minute, which is also the 15. So I think if this can close above like 78 without getting too extended, I think I'm going to take it. And then I'll put my stop at like 58 with a even a target high of day, 1-to-1, simple.
I dig it. I dig it.
Let's see. Let us see. Let's see, 4 micros. All right, so that's the close. Took some of their 80s. High of day. So I'm going to use a 20-point stop, 20-point take profit from 80s. So figure about high of day is 1-to-1. Roughly.
Looks pretty good. Oh, ES just made a new high there. Interesting.
I almost took ES, but I'm like, I think NQ would be a little bit smoother. But I mean, either way should be all right.
Where did you say you were going, Zach, on vacation?
Cancun.
Cancun.
Indeed.
Are you type of guy you like just go relax, lay on the beach, and do nothing on vacation, or will you like go exploring and doing all kinds of stuff?
I'm definitely more of the relaxed nature. I think I like to just, for the most part, just chill.
Detach.
Yeah, exactly. Because I feel like I'm on the screen so much, just like laying by the pool or beach.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, swept the highs, so we need that
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
confirmation. I think if ES closes this candle poorly, I'm gonna close the NQ regardless of where it's at. I still have my like max risk set here, risking a little over $200, but I don't love if we sweep the highs. Could reverse, sure, but it's like this.
Yeah, I don't love that either. We have 2 minutes here on this 5-minute close still. 2 minutes giving us a potential lower high on the NQ.
Yeah, that's the thing is if we make the new high on ES and NQ doesn't hold.
Yeah. Although the ES
Or
2
if
minute is picking up here.
Yeah, ES definitely probably would have been the move because the above level still has room, but
Yeah. Do you have 1870, 1850? I think that's what I have.
18.
I didn't really spend a whole lot of time marking up ES today.
I don't have any levels on ES to be honest with you. I don't think so. At least let me see. Maybe I'm wrong. No, I see 1850.
Yeah, I don't know why I have
That's
1850 even marked
I
right
marked that as
now, because that's not even one that I would actually consider a level, because the previous day closed with a red bar, so it's red bar, red bar. It's not normally where I'd mark one.
Yeah, I like to mark that just for some sort of reference point.
Yeah,
Like I mark it as a good dotted pivot.
Yeah, because let me see. Yeah, on Spy, I don't have anything there. We're above that on Spy already. That area, yeah. I don't know. Thank you and the rollover. Sometimes it gets a little weird, but
Yep.
all right. 20 seconds here on this 5-minute bar. We are an hour and 35 minutes into the trading day on a Tuesday.
This will definitely be my last trade here with the Nasdaq, regardless. Hoping it ends in a W.
I just want one more push higher, and then I want to just exit this. And
Yeah, give me that.
Give it. Give it. Give it. I need it. I need it. I need it.
5-minute held nicely. If we can get a little bit more, I would say if we break this 2-minute high at 89s, I think I'm gonna raise my stop even more. It could be, in theory, too tight, but I think I'm gonna raise it to like 65, take a little bit less risk off the table. Okay, I'm gonna raise my stop now to 65 now that we got 10 points. Just to make my dynamic R feel a little bit better.
Oh, chat. Oh. Now that this picture's not on the wall, I gotta show you this. You can actually see this picture that's hanging up. We got the legend, Tony Hawk. Oh, my lights are getting it. Tony Hawk with the handstand on top of the van autograph. Can't really see it good because the light. Gotta get the glare.
I'm gonna look for like 95, 96 for a trim and then close and fold on the break of the highs. I do want to take some off because I did move my stop now, so now R to R is about 1-to-1 if we can get a fill here at like 95. So let's see if we can do that. All right, nice, just got filled there at 95, 15 points. So again, moving that stop makes it about 1-to-1, and now I'm gonna hold the rest for a potential new high of the day. And I am gonna be super strict here, and I am going to put my stop at break even. I don't typically do that, but this is now the second trade, and I don't really want to get back anything here.
Yeah, I mean, protecting your profits, I think it's valid.
Yeah, I'm typically though, for the most part, anti um, stop to break even,
Mm-hmm.
especially because like if you look at the chart, that's the biggest thing because if you look at the chart, it can still pull back there and the trade be valid.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
always say like if you're gonna do a stop break even, I like to do it where if it pulls back there, it's invalid. Like on ES
Yeah, that
before,
makes sense.
it could have potentially held, but realistically, if it pulled back there, it probably doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
Where this could easily still work, but because of the nature of this account being close to payout, just need a couple more flip days. I don't want to.
Yeah. And already catching a win.
Exactly.
15 minutes
So
looking like a nice 3-bar in the queues. Just give us like one big quick push and like let's be done with it.
yes, I agree.
But it's gotta be a big push, you know what I'm saying?
Really big monster push.
Yeah, we want like a 50.5 minute candle would be great.
I want like a 100.5 minute candle.
Okay, I'm probably listen. I wouldn't complain. I would not complain.
I'm talking about ES, 100 points.
Okay, there we go. Even better. Even better.
Oh yeah.
As long as NQ joins it.
Oh yeah. Really want us to make a new high on this bar.
Agreed.
That would be great.
Agreed.
But just goes to show you don't need big sizing. You don't need big moves. I mean, you capture. I think I netted 10 points, or maybe it was like 10 points on the last trade with MES. Made a little over 250. If this trade goes break even now, I'll make about 150 ish probably. So it's $400 across a couple of different accounts. What else do you need? Do that every day, and you'll take a lot of payouts.
Mm-hmm.
And again, these are very, I would say, relatively speaking, mild moves. 20-ish points on Nasdaq, 9 or 10 points on the ES.
If you can do that with consistency.
Yeah, exactly. That's all we gotta do. So we did make a new high there.
Not yet. Come on, baby, come on. Ooh, 5 seconds.
Yeah, I'm just gonna close, guys, just for kind of peace of mind. Kind of net that W in there. Now that I can close this broker, but I do think we still go higher. I would hope we go higher. Now between last night and yesterday, this account's looking good. So closing the sucker up. Move on to the next.
Did you ever watch the cartoon Speed Racer? It's an old one.
No, I don't think I have.
Oh man, go Speed Racer, go Speed Racer, go! Killer theme
Just breaking
song.
that high.
Yeah,
There you go.
just tagged it there by. No, ticket. Q didn't yet. Come on, Q.
Cool. I said today my focus was going to be futures. Ironically, didn't trade any silver, but at least got a nice winner in NQNES, so I'm happy about that.
Heck yeah, man. Solid day all around.
For sure.
coming up on 4x here on the QQQ trade. If this thing will just push just a little more. I think I'm going to take a little more off here just in case it doesn't want to give us follow through. We're going to be hanging out for about another 15 minutes with you guys before we take a little lunch break, and then Aaron will be coming back on for the nooner. I saw your story when you were walking to the gym the other day, and we got the message they closed while you're on your way there. That's rough. It wants that. The 15-minute close right at the high. Oh, you're good, dude. If you need to get going too, you can hop off as well.
Tyler, I think I'm gonna hop off here. I got a couple things.
Yeah, man. Yeah. No, you're good. So no worries. I'll probably hang out here for a couple more minutes before we take our lunch break. But yeah, you're good to split. Yeah. No worries.
Yeah, alrighty. Well, listen, guys, have a good rest of the day. A couple good trades between us. You know, today, like I said, my focus was futures. Didn't really see a lot of options. You know, took the one swing entry, maybe another one later. But as always, I'll update the Discord. So have a good rest of the day, guys. And for those in Discord, I'll see you guys later.
No problem, man. Thanks, dude. Yeah, great trading. We'll see you. Oh, we just tagged a new high there. Uh, Come on, baby. Keep it going. Just a slow grind right now. Just debating how much more of it I want to sit through and give back any of the current profit that's floating. Really just would love to see a quick 30-point pop. I mean, VIX still looking kind of weak. I mean, it feels like they could get there. RTY, the Dow are getting going. Dow just got over its OP. Same with RTY right above it. Oh, there we go, baby. Let's go. Come on. Why is NQ, the one index, not giving us the push as hard right now? What is you doing? We I got this little 2-minute area. I don't know. If we come back and break down, start to break down underneath that, I might just lock it up. My patience is wearing thin on holding this still. Man, ES still trucking. Oh, you know what we probably need? I think I know what we need. I like the NQs slowing down a bit. I just don't want to hold through a pullback. I just don't feel like doing that. ears were starting to hurt. I was just about to go look something up, and I don't remember it now. Ugh. I haven't really looked at any of the Magnificent Seven earning names. Tesla, a little bit weak. Meta, a little bit weak. Microsoft strong. Who else is it? Apple, maybe? And Apple strong. So mixed bag for the 4 big dogs with earnings this week. But the fire siren's going off outside right now. The weather coming up, man. Oh, brutal. -1. Today, right now, it was a 2 degrees today. -1 tomorrow. 0 Thursday. -7 on Friday. -10 on Saturday. What? Like -10? That's the actual temperature, not even feel. That's going to be so cold. Wind will make it feel even colder. Man, VIX has just been very rangy, just tight candles. Uh, Mm. Well, chat. Mm-hmm. I'm on the verge of just closing. I'm gonna step away and grab some lunch. With the behavior of VIX and where the level is on NQ, I still think we can go another 40 points here. It's just with 0 DTEs on QQQ, I don't know if I want to keep holding if it's going to be a slow grind. So we'll see. If this pullback starts to get a little deeper, I may just exit. And if you see QQQ get up, or not QQQ, if you see NQ futures get up to 26,129, just know your boy took his profit. But I'm going to step away real quick, get something to eat, and then we'll be back at 12 o'clock with the nooner for Aaron. Hope everybody had a good trading day. We were able to catch a few bangers. Zach with a couple of really solid futures trades, and these options on QQQ went almost 4x here. So some good trades today. Hopefully you guys are able to participate. QQQ, just go. But yeah, anywho, we'll give you a swear jar for that one. There you go. But yeah, hopefully you guys were able to participate in some of these trades and make a little bit of monies. Make sure you guys trade safe for the rest of the day. We'll see you guys in about 30 minutes for Aaron's Nooner Breakdown, which are always full of value. Trust me, if you don't stick around and watch those, you'll want to because they're worth it. So, all right, everybody. See you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Sir Aaron Ellis for his nooner recap. Aaron, how was your morning?
It was good. It was good. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. How we doing, everybody? Who we got? Hello, hello. Frank, what's up? All right, we got the swear jar going. What do we got? 85 bucks? All right. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. What's up, Miss Tamika? Art, what's going on? Miss Paz, what's up? All right, everybody, let's get started. We'll let everybody else trickle in. Okay, so tomorrow's Fed, right? Tomorrow's FOMC. So this afternoon doesn't have to make sense. All right, typically the afternoon before FOMC, things can get kind of weird. All right, what's up, Mr. Will? So just keep that in mind. All right, the VIX is still holding these extension shorts. All right, still holding these things. So the extension short that it is in, all right, now this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. All right, and this runs inverse. So VIX down, indices up, VIX up, indices down. All right, so from our lows on the 26th, that was Monday, yesterday, at 3:30 to our lows, okay? This right here has the failure level of 1835, all right, which is 29, round up to 30, add a tick, 35, okay? So we traded right to our line in the sand this morning and sold straight off. We're right back up there right now. Now I'll show you on the indices what's going on, but as long as we stay at or below these 35s, all right, that short is still intact, and we have targets of this extension down at 1790. All right, so we keep defending this. All right, then the indices are going to stay in that bid. Now, if we break these 35s, all right, and we trade 40, we're going to make this larger squeeze. All right, and that larger squeeze is from our highs that you'll have to put this, more than likely you'll have to just draw this in on TradingView, 1920 down to 18. All right, so if we break these 35s, we're going to squeeze right up into that resistance level. Okay, but as of now, we keep defending it. We keep defending it. Okay, so any questions here on the VIX going into the afternoon? That's what's setting up right there. Everybody good? All right. Okay, so we'll see going into the afternoon. All right, we'll see. Just remember those 1835s are the line in the sand right here. All right. Okay, moving on to our financials. Now, our financials are in our halfway back on the year. All right, that's from our January 2nd lows, all right, to our highs. So they kind of stick save their 61.8 right here. All right, and as long as our financials are rising, right, that's putting that tailwind behind the indices, keeping the indices in a bid. All right, so we'll see this afternoon. Now, we can start watching to see if we're going to get pullbacks here. Now, remember, bank's just an index, right? So it's not traded, so it doesn't have to be perfect, right? It doesn't have to be super technical. But we'll see as we go into the afternoon. I mean, right now, it's sideways to higher, right? We're in longs, okay, on our financials. So the VIX is in shorts, bank is in longs. That's bullish for the indices, all right? So moving on to the ES. Now, here's where we are. All right, this morning, this is the exact extension that we were talking about that lined up with the half gap fill. All right, our larger move from last Wednesday's lows to highs, we dropped into this on our reopen on Sunday night, Monday. That went to and through its target up here, right there. All right, so we dropped this extension. This is inverse of the VIX. All right, those highs to highs, right there. So that's drawn from the high last Thursday, All right, it's drawing, yeah, last Thursday's highs to highs. There was our pullback this morning. Oops. There was our pullback this morning, right into the half gap fill. All right, we came one tick away. All right, and now we've hit that target. Okay, so this is what we're going to have to watch out for. If we do see profit taking coming off of this profit target, right, we're just watching same anchor, new high. Okay, and that would be the next entry. Now, if the VIX continues to hold, see if we get one more tick here. I'm going to put a little alert there. What's that? 1840s we need to trade. Put that up there while we're on the call. There we go. Okay. So if we trade these 1840s, that means we're making this larger squeeze. So what would more than likely happen is we're just going to make this pullback, right? And we'll start this pullback if the VIX does break those 35s. We'll start this pullback and lift off once the VIX gets to its resistance. Okay, if the VIX hangs on to those 1835s, all right, then there's the extension long that we're going to bounce off of. All right, so that's what we're looking at right now. All right, so remember the VIX can be sloppy, right? As long as the ES can be sloppy as long as the VIX stays below these 35s. Okay, but if we break, more than likely we're going to squeeze up into this resistance level. But again, remember this is pre-FOMC, so things can get weird. All right, but that's what we're looking at right now. All right, so we could have a larger pullback coming if the VIX breaks those 35s. All right. Okay, everybody good with that? Understanding what's going on here? Those 35s right there. One more tick. And that wouldn't be a big trend break or anything. It's just making a normal pullback. All right. Okay, moving on to the NASDAQ. All right, same thing. It had this extension long this morning. A little bit sloppy, no big deal. Now it's hit its target. All right, there's your profit target right there. So we're just going to same anchor, new high. All right, same anchor, new high. That extension long looks like it's broken already. That's really close. So that's what we're looking at here. The only way these new extensions are going to hold on the indices is if the VIX stays below these 35s, right, and starts to sell off. If not, those extensions are going to break, right, on the ES and the NASDAQ. But again, we need the 40s to trade. Okay, we need the 40s to trade to confirm these are broken. All right. Now, moving on to the YM and the Russells. Okay, here's the YM. Now, remember this pullback that we had that we were watching. There's our our last Friday's, or sorry, Sunday night, Monday lows to highs. That broke, right? That's what we were watching. Remember where the YM is. The YM's in this great big range up here. Okay, so these broke, right? But the other indices are holding them, so that's why we're leaving these draws up here. Okay, that's why we're leaving these draws up here. The YM is just in a range, right? Absolutely just in a range. So we'll see if the middle of this thing holds. Now we're going to need financial strength, right? We're going to need banks' help for the YM to lift off. If bank continues to show weakness, then the YM and the Russells are going to have a big headwind against them. Okay? So the YM's really kind of in no man's land here. All right, we need financial help to lift us off. All right? So YM's not the easiest right now. Moving on to the Russells. Where did my Russells go? All right. Okay, here's the Russells. All right, so it broke that. So that confirmed our short. So the Russells has its pullback, right, from halfway back in the year, in January 2nd to our highs. That's down here. Okay, this short held from highs. Right, it got slapped as soon as it got up here. All right, so it's got targets down here. Now, there was a long from lows that just broke, right? So we can watch these, and it looks like they've already traded. Right there, there's our next measured move short on the Russells. So unless bank takes off, the Russells has room to fall, right? And we've seen this before, where the Russells will fall back into support, and then bank will start an uptrend and lift us right off. Okay, so that's what the Russells looks like. So the Russells is the weakest right now. All right, excuse me. So very interesting. The Russells is in short setups. Right? Yes, NASDAQ are in longs. Russells is in shorts. YM is just in a range. All right. So being very technical here. Being very technical, right? Had this little one we were watching this morning. Oops. This little one we were watching this morning. Right. That's hit its target. Right there. All right. Just same anchor, new low. There's the entry right there. All right. So we'll see. We'll see. The only way the Russells is going to turn around is if we get financial strength. All right. So let's see. I haven't broken those 35s yet. One more tick and we will. Okay. See how the ES here has already broken that extension long? Right? But the VIX hasn't broken its extension short yet. That's what we talk about, how the tricks and traps of the ES, NASDAQ as well. Okay. All right, so we'll see. We'll see. All right, any questions? VIX Bank indices going into the afternoon here. The VIX, one more tick and that's broken. Everybody good? Everybody good? If we do break this, think about this. If we do break these 40s, or break these 35s and trade these 40s, there could be a pullback on the VIX to lead us higher. But if there's not, right, it'll squeeze and the indices, right, could just continue to fall, and it'll kind of be a race, right, to see if the VIX gets here first or the indices get down here first. Right? Because remember, this leads, right? This leads. Right now it's holding those. So we'll see. What's bank doing here? Bank weakness, right? VIX strength right now, sending the indices down. All right, I'm going to delete these. There we go. All right. Okay, everybody good? Everybody good? Okay, moving on to Bitcoin. It's still defending this short setup. Keeps getting smacked every time it gets up here. All right, here's the current situation on Bitcoin. All right, from our highs, we're in the crypto winter from January 14th to our lows down here January 21st. There was that pullback, right? That highs to low. We have targets down here at these 84, call it 8s, 84,800. Inside of that, there's that next pullback, right? And it keeps getting smacked when it gets up there. All right, that's last Friday's highs to our reopen lows, right there, right? But we still haven't broken this long from lows yet. It's just, it defended it once right to the 68 or 61.8, and we keep getting down here and getting popped. So we're kind of stuck right here. All right. So we'll see, but you can see it just gets smacked every time it gets up here. All right. So we'll see if we get through these. If we get through these, right, we're on our way down to these 84.8 targets. All right. So there's Bitcoin. Looks good. All right, looks good. No break yet on the VIX. Getting close. All right. Let's move over, take a look at spot here. All right. So here's spot. Let's see if spot has broken this. See, here's the level on spot. The spot and the futures are trading the same right now, and they usually do, during the week. But there's that break that we're looking for on spot. All right. So right down here, I'm going to put a alert on that too. All right, just to make me feel good if it breaks that. Okay, so same. There's that short from our highs on Friday, right, to our lows down here Sunday night, Monday. Right there. We just need to get through this long setup, right, and then it's on our way down to these targets. All right. Okay. All right, so that's where we're sitting with everything. No break yet on the VIX. Not yet. Okay. All right. Stocks. Stocks. What would you guys like to see? What would you guys like to see? Anybody? Apple. Yep. Let's take a look. All right. Oh, it broke. Okay. This is a big deal for Apple right here. All right, here's the situation we're in. This is just prototypical of how things work, right? So we're in an extension long from April 14th of last year to these highs in December of 25. Get rid of that one. All right, and then we were in this series of shorts leading us down, and this is 9 times out of 10 how this happens. Right, we'll start our pullback. Okay, they got earnings in 2 days, by the way. We'll start our pullbacks here off of highs. There's our pullback, fall through the target. Right, we'll go into extensions. There's extension number 1. Right, second time it broke, and then we look for this pullback. All right, and that will change our trend. Coming out of support. So we were in short setups on our pullback, ran into support, shorts broke, right? And here's the pullbacks we're looking for to lift us off. All right, now again, there's earnings in 2 days, so things could be weird. But that's what price is telling us right here. Okay, that's what price is telling us right here. All right. So there you go. There we go. We can just trail from these lows here. All right, so there's plenty of upside. All right, plenty of upside. Targets are up at 302. All right, so we'll see how earnings treats us here. All right, what else we got? NVIDIA. You're welcome. Yep, let's look at NVIDIA. All right, just chopping here. Zoom out. All right, let's revisit this here. See where we are. Pull back right there. All right, so we're at that profit target. We're chopping around at that massive profit target right here. All right, now this extension appears to have broken already. Yeah, it traded once. Yeah, it broke. So the extension, this is on the massive time frame. The extension long has broken, right? So this is the first pullback. Now, if it would make a new high, right, then we can reactivate from January 6th of 25, highs to highs. But the most aggressive we would want to get if it doesn't make new highs is this long right here down at these 150 area. All right. But on the smaller time frames, this is what you're in. Right? There's a short there. There's no doubt about it. Right? There's a short there. So if we get through this, right, then we could start, trailing some longs. But until then, right, this is a short. Right? This is a short as of right now. Right? As of right now. That's what we're looking at. Okay, and here's this line is that profit target of that weekly, right? So you can see we're just chopping around on that profit target. All right. So that's where you're looking at right now on the larger time frame. All right, it's got some work to do. It absolutely has some work to do. All right. Okay, so there's NVIDIA. All right, Omar. Okay, any others, guys? Any others? Okay. All right, moving on. Let's get to it here. Okay. See, the VIX still hasn't broken, still defending those 35s. And you can see the reaction of the markets here too. All right, so crude oil, that crude oil trade is playing out nicely, right? This is awesome. So crude oil came out of these lows. This was a dip into lows. From that low on December 16th to this high on January 14th, that was that pullback, right? That was that first pullback right there. We were in a series of shorts. They broke. There's that pullback. All right. Now, inside of that, say the rhyme, trade support, break the short, right there. And then we have this long, and that's our entry. Right there. And it traded, I think, 2 cents away or 2 ticks away. Right there. Okay, and we've just ripped. There was this little pullback in here, but now we've just ripped higher. So what we can watch on crude oil, right, is to see if we get up to these targets, right? Because our larger target is up here, all right, at 64.11. Okay, so we'll see if we get to this target. If we start to make a pullback, we can just continue to trail from these lows, leading us up into that target. Okay, but looks good, right? There was the trade right there. All right. Very technical. This is awesome for crude oil because it's a great instrument to trade when it's behaving and there's a lot of participation, which it seems to be coming back. All right, but very, very cool. All right, so gold and silver. All right, so here's gold. Now, there we go. Gold's holding these measured moves more technically than silver is at the moment, okay? So here's this long, right? This long is from January 21st, highs to highs. This was the brand new extension that we were in. But see how gold got to the top of the range? And this is the draw that was in question, right? Middle of the range, but it held. It held very nicely, right? There. Okay, so it's holding that long, right? Is it going to have enough juice to push through and get up to these larger targets? We'll see, right? We'll see. So it's kind of no man's land right now. Not a whole lot to do here on gold, but that was the middle of the range and it ended up holding, right? Which is lifting us back off to the top. So we'll see, but it's still in a bid. Absolutely still in a bid. Okay, so a couple nice entries here. There's one. There's another one that you were able to get that one. That one's not the easiest one to get because of where it was. Okay, silver. Now, silver broke an extension long. There was an extension long up here and it broke it. Now, what we're drawing from is the January 11th, right? There was a halfway back on the week, right? Boom, boom. Then we blew through targets. Those broke. And for whatever reason, that's what's continuing to be used. Now we're starting to chop sideways. See this long right here, right? We broke our shorts from highs right there. Now this is the long that gold is holding. Silver broke it. All right, so we've broken a short from highs. We've broken a long from lows. Okay, so that just tells us we're going into a range. It almost looks like we're going into a wedge, right? Lower highs, higher lows. We could get trapped inside of this for a while. So we'll see. We'll see. The premium right now, the graphic I show you guys every now and then, between the East and the West, between Shanghai and the States, is up to like $14, the highest it's ever been. What that means is you could buy this and sell it. There's a big arbitrage opportunity, right, between the U.S. pricing or the West pricing and the East pricing, right? So something's got to give, right? That can't continue. If that Shanghai price keeps going up, that $14, we've got to close that gap. That historically that you can't maintain that. Okay. So there's our precious metals. All right. Now getting to the dollar. All right. Now tomorrow we're gonna, obviously, with all the volatility around FOMC, we'll start to see a lot of things moving here. So we're in straight dollar weakness right now. Okay, this is just straight dollar weakness. Now this is DXY, it's just an index, right? So, you know, you take it with a grain of salt. It doesn't have to be perfect, but there's those extensions, right, that we didn't even make it into. But the euro did. The euro traded this perfectly. Okay, inverse, but the euro traded this perfectly. All right, so that low that we're using is the January 20th low, all right, to lows. So if this continues down in this series of measured moves, right, that's all dollar weakness. This is all dollar weakness. So we went from dollar strength to dollar weakness. And that's putting a tailwind behind the precious metals especially, and to some extent the indices right now, okay? So there's DXY. Now, when we get to the actual currencies, it still hasn't broken that. Okay, here's the dollar yen, right? Now, its extension is kind of a wonky one, but it's from this low, all right, on the 23rd, lows to lows, right there. Okay, it's got a target down here. It hasn't hit its target yet. So what we're doing here is we're just trailing from these highs, all right, to lows. Now, could we get this little squeeze and a pullback? Yeah, absolutely we could. You know, nothing goes straight up or down. So if we do get this little squeeze, we could get a little bit of dollar strength back into dollar weakness. But if we just continue to fall, dollar weakness, right? Dollar weakness. Okay. Now the euro. So here's what the euro looks like. All right. Here was that extension long that traded perfectly. Oh, that's the VIX. Yeah. Okay. So the VIX just broke. And this is drawn from this high on the 20th. Okay. To our highs here on our Sunday night Monday. Okay, there was that perfect pullback. But now we've gone to and through that target. So could there be a more aggressive highs to highs? Yes, there could be, but we don't know that's there yet. So I would just continue to trail, all right, from this high. Now we'll have to watch when we get into these 38.2% lines. But again, we could see a little bit of dollar strength here. Little bit of dollar strength before we go back into dollar weakness. Okay, but you can see all this dollar weakness, right? All this dollar weakness. All right, bullish for the precious metals, and again, to some extent, the indices. All right, British pound, remember, it's going to follow the euro most of the time. Nothing's 100%. But there was its extension long from our highs on the 23rd to our highs right there. Boom, 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 boom. It has gone to and through that target. Right, and here's our highs to highs. Right there. So it is, as of now, holding a new extension. But if that breaks, it's not like a big trend break or anything. It's just making its normal pullback. Okay. But we'll see. If this keeps going up, right? This keeps going up, dollar weakness. Okay, so it has found support. It has absolutely found support at that new extension. All right, and that's drawn from the high on the 26th to our highs right there. All right, so we could shop around, build a big old sneaky snake up here. There'd be nothing surprising about that. Okay. All right, so let's see where we are now that the VIX broke. So the VIX broke that extension. So what we're going to watch is when it gets up into these 1860 area. All right, between this 1850 and 1860. All right, so it's making this pullback. Now, the only spooky part about this is it's still in an old contract lows to new contract highs, but we'll see. All right. In order to break, if this breaks, something might be going on. Make sure that's drawn right. Yeah. So 75, don't need to round up, just add a tick. 80. So 80s and below. All right, 80s and below holds that short. We break the 80s, trade 85s, we're making an even larger squeeze. All right. But what we're watching for is this pullback. And this isn't surprising. Remember, the ES and the NASDAQ hit that profit target. Right? So we'll see where it's going to find resistance up here. All right, we'll see where it's going to find resistance. Okay. All right, and that will give we'll see if these longs hold here, right? Coming out of those lows and lead us up into the resistance, and that would be shorts coming out of these highs right there that are going to lead us down into support. All right, we'll see if we make pullbacks or if the VIX goes straight here. Okay, so that's what we'll have to watch. What's Bank doing? Bank's coming to that halfway back. All right, so see how we have the VIX green and Bank green? Those are crosswinds. Right, that's not surprising for an afternoon before FOMC. Okay, with the yen weakness, is there a possibility of buying yen? Heard something about this. That's you're either talking about the carry trade unwind or the wind up. Now, the carry trade wind up is you buy yen or you borrow yen because you can borrow it for basically 0%. Right? You borrow yen, you invest it into whatever the heck you want to invest it into, make your money, and then you pay back the yen with 0% interest and keep all your profits. That's the carry trade wind up. The unwind is when the opposite happens. People are dumping yen and dumping dollars, right? Or dumping yen, sorry. That is dollars weakening, or sorry, dollars strengthening, and the dollar yen is falling as well. So if you see the euro falling and the dollar yen falling, that's the carry trade unwind. That's a risk off environment. Okay, very bearish for the markets. When the dollar yen and the euro are rising together, that's a risk on environment. But yeah, you'll hear narratives all the time, right, about talking heads on TV. Don't listen to them, right? Because it's just a TV show. All right, this will tell us right here. Right, this will tell us right here. All we have to do is watch price and know what is going on inside of these currency markets. And we do, fortunately. All right. Okay, your content is fire, but the right thumbnail can push it to a wider audience. I can create professional designs that match your vibe perfectly. Let's work. That's all, Tyler. Tyler, you got a fan. All right. Oh, there goes the VIX starting to squeeze. There goes the VIX starting to squeeze. All right. So we'll see. Again, the indices are going to continue to show weakness until it gets to resistance. It's just how it works, right? This Eddie's dog, right? If he gets a hold of you, best just let him finish. Got a little Mississippi leg hound in him. All right. Okay. So good question, Alex. Good question. All right. Yep, if you see them going up together, that's the wind up. That is a risk on. It means people are borrowing in to invest in whatever they want to invest in. See it the other way, that's the opposite. That is risk off environment. That's why it's so bullish or bearish for the indices. Okay? All right. Any questions, guys? Any questions, anybody? Everybody good? Yeah, Alex, easiest is just watch price, right? Just watch price. Seriously, like these two, if they're going down together, just think very bearish. If they're going up together, think very bullish. Right? That's literally all it is. We can make it sound cool and complicated and all that. Use big words. Okay. You're welcome, Miss Tomika. All right, any other questions, anybody? This is a pretty quick one. All right, just remember what day it is, right? Reminded me of the Camel commercial, the home tape commercial. It's afternoon before FOMC, like I said, so things could be weird. Right? Just perfect example. Banks green, VIX is green. Weird. Right? All right. Thanks, Idris. All right. Tyler, you got us? I think Tyler might have said. Oh, you got us? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. All right, everybody. Let's have a great afternoon. Just remember, again, it's a weird afternoon before FOMC, so just be safe. Right? Just be safe. All right. Thanks, everybody.
All right, thanks,
see
Aaron.
See you, Todd. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, thank you for hanging out with us today, tuning in to Stock Dads TV. We're back tomorrow at 8:15 a.m. So make sure you're there. Some really awesome live trading today and value from Aaron, which is always the case here on Stock Dads TV. So thank you guys. We appreciate your support, and we'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Goodbye, everybody. Peace.